Thank you. So I'm going to call to order today for the Oxnard City Council, Oxnard Community Development Commission successor agency, and the Oxnard Housing Authority to order. But before I continue, I have a couple of items I'd like to read today. First of all, that the agenda has been amended. Section K, report number 1 has been pulled for anybody that's been probably waiting for that item. I'd like to share a couple of items here, so I'm going to read a little bit here too, so bear with me. This meeting is being held in accordance with Bill 361, allowing members of the City Council and members of the public and staff to participate via teleconference. Consistent with the Oxnard policy imposed to promote social distancing, the facility where the City Council regularly meets is temporarily closed to the public. The public is encouraged to view the meeting from home from Spectrum Channel 10, Frontier 35, or YouTube at youtube.com/Oxnard News. Video according to the meeting are typically available online following the meeting at the city website at www.oxnard.org/city meeting. Please see the link for the Measure M pre-recording presentation video for each agenda item below. You may participate in the meeting in the following ways: emailing your comments or requests a speaker before the meeting. Submit an email to cityclerk@oxnard.org no later than 3 p.m. on the day of the meeting. And please indicate the agenda item number of a subject on that line. All meeting correspondences will be forwarded to the City Council prior to the start of the meeting and made part of the legislative record. Submit a request to speak by no later than 3 p.m. on the day of the meeting by using the form available at www.oxnard.org/city meetings. Emailing the city clerk at the cityclerk@oxnard.org or calling the city clerk's office at 805-385-7803. And number 2, providing public comments during the meeting via call-in or Zoom options. Speakers will have 3 minutes to speak. Speakers may sign up to speak in 2 ways. 1, visit the website for the city meeting, www.oxnard.org/city meetings. Click on the link for the meeting in which you want to participate and follow the instructions for the speaker registration. And also call the city clerk at 805-276-4238, and the city clerk will assist you. Public comments on the items not on the agenda shall be taken at the beginning of the meeting, and if there's no more speakers than can be accommodated during the 30 minutes, additional speakers were given the opportunity to speak at the end of the meeting after all the public comments. After all the public comments, speakers have been given the opportunity to speak. Public comment period shall be held open for 3 minutes to allow additional speakers to register or to otherwise be recognized for the purpose of providing public comments period. During the 3-minute time period, the city council or staff will briefly respond to comments on items not appearing on the agenda. Public comments on items on the agenda shall be taken following the announcement of that item. After all public speakers have been given the opportunity to speak on the agenda item, the public comment period shall be held open for 3 minutes to allow additional speakers to register or otherwise be recognized for the purpose of providing public comments. During this 3-minute period, the city council or staff may discuss the item being considered. Detailed participation instructions can be found again at www.oxnard.org/city meetings. In the event of disruption that prevents a legislative body of the city of Oxnard from broadcasting a meeting using a call-in option or internet-based service option, or in the event of disruption within the city council's control, which prevents members of the public from offering public comments using the call-in option or internet-based option, the legislative body shall take no further action on that item appearing in the meeting until the public access or meeting via call-in options or internet-based options is restored. However, if any of the broadcast options are disrupted but any other broadcast options still available, the legislative body will take further action on these items appearing on the meeting agenda without waiting for the disruption or disrupt broadcast options to be restored. Thank you. And I just wanted to show those items at this time. The next item that I have here on the agenda is the posting of the agenda. And of course, roll call and posting of the agenda. Madam Clerk.
Yes, member. Yes, Mayor. Councilmember Basua. Councilmember Lopez.
Here, I'm sorry, I'm here.
Thank you. Councilmember Lopez.
Here.
Councilmember Madrigal. Councilmember Madrigal.
Here.
Thank you. Councilmember Perrello.
Here.
Councilmember Tehran.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem McDonald.
Here.
Mayor Zaragoza.
Here.
Thank you. We have a quorum
It
posted.
is
The
City
amended,
Clerk.
the amended agenda for this meeting was posted in the City Hall Bulletin Board on October 4th, 2021. Also,
Yes.
we do have an announcement today. We'll have members of our Housing Authority Commission joining us, and the announcement is pursuant to Government Code Section 54952.3, each member of the Housing Board of Commissioners present will receive a $50 pay for convening in this meeting. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Our next item is a pledge of allegiance to the flag of the United States. And also, we're going to have a moment of silence for Arletta Washington. Please join me.
Do we need to call the Housing Authority members' name?
We'll do so. I pledge allegiance to the
To
flag
the
of
flag of the United States
the
of
United
America,
States of
to
America,
the republic for
and
its
to
one
the
nation under
republic
God,
which stands,
indivisible,
one
with
nation,
liberty and
under
justice for
God,
all.
indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Madam Clerk, go ahead and call for the Housing Authority directors.
Yes, Mayor. Commissioner Andrade.
Here.
Thank you. Commissioner
you're welcome.
Vega. Commissioner Vega has not joined us at this time, and I will let you know as soon as he joins the meeting. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Our next item is ceremonial item is subject to presentation of proclamation designating the month of October 2021 as domestic violence awareness. And with this, Sergeant Scott Aaron is going to be receiving this item. And so I'd like to read this at this time. This is a proclamation, Domestic Violence Awareness Month, October 2021. Whereas October is designated as Domestic Violence Awareness Month, and whereas domestic violence is a crime which affects all races, cultures, social demographics, and also a profound impact on family and community. And whereas children that grow up in violent homes are believed to be abused, neglect, or rate higher than at the national average, whereas only a coordinated community effort will put a stop to this atrocities of crimes. Whereas Domestic Violence Awareness Month provides an excellent opportunity for residents to learn more about preventing domestic violence and to allow or to show support for the numerous organizations and individuals who provide critical advocacy services and assistance to the victims. Whereas the City of Oxnard Police Department and community-based organizations are in a position to provide education, information, and services to assist victims in believing that they have the right to feel safe and to live and free from violence at home and at the workplace. And as far as we recognize the survivors and victims of abuse, whose courage inspire us all to recommit to offering a helping hand to those in need, and we remind them that they are not alone. And whereas we must continue to stand alongside advocates, victims, service providers, law enforcement, and our criminal justice system as they hold offenders accountable and provide care and support to survivors during the darkest moment of their lives. Whereas the City of Oxnard Police Department urged all residents to take a stand against domestic violence by raising awareness about this issue and the resources available to victims seeking to escape abuse. Whereas we continue our efforts to end violence in our homes and schools and communities. Now I therefore, John C. Zaragoza, Mayor of the City of Oxnard, do hereby proclaim October 2021 is Domestic Violence Awareness Month in the City of Oxnard, and encourage all residents to participate in programs and outreach and efforts aimed towards educating and supporting those who are victims of domestic violence. It witness thereof, I have set my hand and caused a great seal of the City of Oxnard to be affixed on the 5th day of October 2021. And we have Sergeant Scott Aaron from the Oxnard PD like to share a couple of words, and he had already picked up the proclamation for this event. Sergeant Scott.
Thank you, Mayor and members of City Council. The Oxnard Police Department remains dedicated in support of all our victims and survivors. With COVID restrictions, we're not able to hold candlelight vigils for victims of domestic violence. So the entire Oxnard Police Department has been illuminated in purple for the month of October, so that families of Carla Cabrera and Udelia Gonzalez know they are not forgotten. The station is lit up in purple as a beacon for all victims and survivors to know that we, along with our community partners, are here to provide support and resources. We remind our community to wear purple on Thursdays to show solidarity, and that we will not tolerate family violence. Thank you.
Thank you, Sergeant. Thank you so much. And by the way, it was a pleasure meeting you today too. Thank you so much for the good work you're doing.
Thank you, sir. It's a pleasure meeting you as well.
Thank you, sir. Okay, our next item is the proclamation for Fire Prevention Week. And this is, we have Chief Alex Hamilton, who's going to be the recipient of this proclamation. This proclamation is Fire Prevention Week, October 3rd to the 9th, 2021, whereas the City of Oxnard is committed to ensuring the safety and security of those living and visiting in our city. Where fires is a serious public safety concern, both locally and nationally. Homes are locations where people are at the greatest risk from fire. Whereas home fires killed 2,770 people in the United States in 2019, according to the National Fire Prevention Association, NFPAs. And also fire departments in the United States responded to 339,500 home fires. Whereas the Fire Prevention Week was established to commemorate the Great Chicago Fire and the tragic October 5th, October 9th, 1871 conflagration that killed an estimated 300 people. It left 100,000 homes, destroyed more than 17,400 structures, and burned more than 2,000 acres. Whereas in 2021 Fire Prevention Week, the theme is Learn the Sounds of Fire Safety Effectively, serves to remind us of the importance to learn the difference of sounds and smoke and carbon monoxide alarms. Whereas working smoke alarms cut the risk of dying in homes in half. 3 out of 5 home fire deaths results from fires in properties without working smoke detectors, usually because the batteries are missing, disconnected, or the batteries are dead. Half of the home fire deaths result from fires reported between 11 p.m. and 7 a.m. in the morning, when most people are asleep. Where Oxnard residents have planned and practiced a home fire escape plan, are more prepared and will therefore be most likely to survive a fire. Whereas practicing a home fire escape plan twice a year ensures that everyone in a household knows exactly what to do during a fire situation. And whereas Oxnard residents are responsible for public education measures and able to take action to increase their safety from fire, especially in their homes. And now therefore, John C. Zaragoza, Mayor of the City of Oxnard, do hereby proclaim the week of October 3rd to 9th, 2021 is Fire Prevention Week in the City of Oxnard, and urge all residents to install and test smoke detectors, practice their home fire escape plan, and support the many public safety activities and efforts that the Oxnard Fire Department and Emergency Services during Fire Prevention Week. In witness thereof, I have set my hand and caused a great seal of the city of Oxnard to be affixed this 5th of October, 2021. Captain Chief, Fire Chief Hamilton.
Mayor Pro Tem and council members, thank you so much for this proclamation. I would actually like to turn my time over to Fire Marshal Steve McNaughton, who oversees our Prevention Bureau and is sort of running point on our Fire Prevention Month activities. So Fire Marshal McNaughton, if you could just say a few words.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, and Council. I'd like to add is last year, Oxnard Fire Department responded to approximately 450 residential fires. A lot of those were kept to a minimal incipient phase due to proper fire protection systems within the residence, including working smoke detectors and working fire alarms in our city. So in an effort to get more information out to our residents, we're doing a media outreach this week for fire prevention and Fire Prevention Week. In addition to, we received an Assistance to Firefighters grant for installation of smoke alarms to our at-risk residents. We will be putting that forth in the coming weeks, and we'll have a hotline for residents to call and the ability to install those smoke detectors over the next 6 months. So again, I'd like to thank you for your support for Fire Prevention Week and for our residents to stay safe out there. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And those fire warning devices are really important. Those smoke detectors, the carbon monoxide and so forth. Thank you so much, Chief, and the rest of the fire department for your excellent work. Thank you, sir. Okay, before I continue, I have a couple of council members that'd like to share a couple of words. Sharon and then followed by Bert Perello.
Yes, thank you, Mayor.
Go ahead.
Thank you. And thank you, Chief, and thank you, Mr. McNaughton. Just a very quick question. Thank you for making it known and putting the word out there that these smoke detectors will be made available to at-risk homes and families. I'm just wondering if these smoke detectors also have carbon monoxide detectors built into those, or if there may be other opportunities for residents to get carbon monoxide detectors as well.
Councilmember Turan, I can field that question, and thank you for the question. We will be looking for smoke detectors that do smoke and carbon monoxide. I know the last time that we looked into this, the last time we got a grant of this size, the grant specifies that we have to use tamper-proof long life battery detectors. And at least the last time we had this grant, the technology wasn't available for a tamper-proof long life detector that also included carbon monoxide. But we will, we literally received this grant about 2 weeks ago. So we have a little bit of work to do in terms of setting up the infrastructure to be able to make this available to our residents. So once we go through the procurement process, I'll have a better idea of that. But certainly the last time we had this grant, we were not able to offer both. But we will, I'll have come back to you with answers once we've gone through the procurement process for those detectors.
All right, thank you, Chief. I appreciate it. And thank you for all the work you've done on this grant to this point. Looking forward to our residents taking advantage of it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Perello.
I appreciate the resolutions that we're approving. I'd like to just bring to the attention of the public, there are many more volunteer fire departments in this nation than there are city or county fire departments. Many more individuals that are volunteers. And we're very fortunate in Oxnard to be a full service city, providing our service in the form of a fire hydrant through well-trained, fit and compensated individuals working for the fire department. It's a great thing. With that, I'd like to bring to the attention, I'm working with residents along Victoria Avenue between Gonzales and the Santa Clara River on the west side of the street, the cypress that are there with tremendous amount of dry brush underneath them. We're trying to get the county to put a little pressure on the property owner to clean it up. There's a concern with the homeless encampments and the things that are going on in that area. that a fire could start, and depending on the wind flow, catch the eucalyptus trees on fire and potentially get into Victoria Estates. So I just wanted to share that with my council members. On the last part, breast cancer and domestic violence. Domestic violence, I had an opportunity as a young man in an apartment in this city to have firsthand knowledge of that. And it didn't just happen once. And I will never forget the woman that had the guts to go out and take on the husband, physically take him on, because the rest of the residents, myself included, were just telling the guy to back off. This woman went to bat for it. Ladies and gentlemen, when you see something, say something, whether it's calling the police department or something, because this stuff doesn't end. And we're having two ladies' names. The police department knows, and it's often advocated by Mr. Lawrence Paul Stein about getting counselors, because the issues that come up with this, these are the most dangerous calls for a cop, police officer, public safety to go to. And in my knowledge, unless there's information that is different, I believe that is standing knowledge that's well known in our public safety. And the last, breast cancer. We all come from mothers one way or another. Any shock of life or change in experience of cancer, you never know what's going to happen tomorrow. It doesn't just have to be breast cancer that we're aware of. When you find out somebody close to you, something has happened, it changes a lot. And prayers and things in science, people's focus gets diverted, various things. Right now, we got an oil spill. Everybody's taking care of, what they believe is most important. But there are things that are important in people's lives we don't know. We've had the breast cancer, the pins, the ribbons, the football teams, everybody doing these things. It's going to be science. And unfortunately, there's a tremendous segment in our community that doesn't believe in science, whether it's global warming or vaccines. Ladies and gentlemen, you got to wake up. We're all part of a community, whether we like each other or not. We're all part of a community. And what could happen to one could happen to another. Thank you, Mayor, for letting me speak.
Thank you for sharing. I also have family members that have that concern too. One thing before we leave the fire chief and the fire department is that this is the fire detectors are really important, not only for just single residences, but also for landlords and apartments to make sure that they check those apartments and make sure that the people living there are really not utilizing the batteries for something else other than the smoke detectors. Because I think that's extremely important. And I know that the fire department does a really good job checking not only residential single residences, but also apartments and duplexes and fourplexes. So thank you, Chief, and thank you for excellent work like always. And as was said, I have the next proclamation is Breast Cancer Awareness Month, and I'm going to have Chief Jason Benitez, Chief Alex Hamilton, and also Ventura County Ribbons of Life Foundation, Sylvia Roselak, are going to be receiving this proclamation. So let me go ahead and read this. As this proclamation, October 2021, Breast Cancer Awareness Month. Whereas October is the National Breast Cancer Awareness Month, and we stand with the courageous women and men who are currently fighting the disease, and we honor those who have lost the battle to this terrible disease. Whereas we recognize that in this year alone, we estimated 281,000 Americans across the nation will be diagnosed with breast cancer, and more than 43,000 most likely will die from the terrible disease. The American Cancer Society estimates that there will be 30,730 new breast cancer cases in California. Whereas we encourage our residents to be proactive in the crusade against the deadly disease, including seeking advice of healthcare providers, understanding the risks and factors and importance of getting the appropriate cancer screening tests, making lifestyle changes that may reduce the possibility of breast cancer. Whereas we hope and understand that survival rates have drastically improved in recent years due to the increased awareness and innovative advancements in early detection and timely treatment. Where the Oxnard Police, fire departments work to help raise public awareness of this importance of early detection, and also to raise funds for the fight against breast cancer by wearing and selling pink merchandise, with all the proceeds and sales going to the Ribbons of Life Breast Cancer Foundation, a local nonprofit that is dedicated to making a positive difference in the lives of those who struggle with impact and implications of breast cancer in Ventura County. I now therefore, I, John Zaragoza, Mayor of the City of Oxnard, do hereby proclaim October 2021 as Breast Cancer Awareness Month in the City of Oxnard, and encourage all residents to think pink, and think prevention and early detection. In witness thereof, I have set my hand, causing the great seal of the City of Oxnard be affixed on this 5th day of October 2021. And as I mentioned before, we have Chief Jason Benitez, Fire Chief Alex Hamilton, and Ventura County Ribbon of Light Foundation, Sylvia Rozek.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you for reading the proclamation. This started off as a fire-driven item, and over the years, it's actually become a joint effort between our police and fire departments this year, working very closely together to promote the awareness. At our police department, we've been doing this. We've been doing this since 2018, as you recall, and since then, the police department has managed to raise about $50,000 for fighting the battle against breast cancer. And as you call, Sergeant Jeff McGreevy picked up the lead within our department and passed the baton off to Senior Officer Maria Pena, who is not with us tonight, but she is out there really putting a lot of effort to making things happen. This year, we're partnering with the Ribbons of Life Breast Cancer Foundation, which is a local nonprofit. It's an independent grassroots organization that provides service and advocacy to those persons within Ventura County. So Sylvia and the Ribbons of Life are also the integral part of our team, and we welcome you for joining us. We will be holding a number of events throughout the month of October. So if you happen to be at the downtown area this Thursday at 10/7, we'll be at Starbucks at 5th and B for 2 hours, and then we'll be at the farmers market after that. If you see our Facebook page, you'll see a number of events where we're out there attempting to raise funds for the awareness, selling T-shirts and pink patches, kind of like the one you see right here. So our officers are wearing them in support, and you may see our police vehicle driving around with the pink ribbon wrap on it. So I'll turn this over to Alex, Fire Chief Hamilton, if he'd like to say some more.
Chief Hamilton. Mm-hmm.
Chief Benitez, thank you. And again, Mayor and City Council members, I won't take too much time. I think Chief Benitez covered it well. I'd like to turn it over to Sylvia, but before I do, I just wanted to let Council and the public know this is our 9th year of partnership with the Ribbons of Life Foundation. We are really committed to their mission and their cause. And aside from the money that we've raised over the years, to support their programs and their advocacy. One of the greatest honors it's been for, I know myself and some of our firefighters, is to be able to deliver care packages to women who have been newly diagnosed with breast cancer. And so just a really neat ability to be able to give back to our community. And so with that, I would like to pass it off to Sylvia, because I know she had a few words to say.
Thank you, Jeff. Sylvia, welcome.
Thank you very much. And thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, and also council members. And I'd like to especially thank Fire Chief Hamilton and Police Chief Benitez. This means so much to us. It just gives us an opportunity to continue to meet our mission, which is, as was covered, we do provide emotional and social support, educational support, and advocacy. We teach advocacy. Each year we award a scholarship to a woman that would like to continue her education after she finishes treatment. And next year we'll be celebrating our 20th year, and we're all volunteers. So I just wanted to thank you so much. You are really making a difference in the lives of so many. Thank you.
And thank you so much for your excellent work. I know there's quite a few people that have breast cancer. In fact, my family members are in that category too. So thank you to both chiefs, Benitez and Hamilton, and Sylvia. Thank you so much for your words today.
Thank you. sir.
And by the way, the proclamations are going to be ready here tomorrow morning at the city hall here at the city manager's office. So you can swing by and pick them up or send somebody to pick it up. Thank you so much again.
Thank you. sir.
Thank you, Chief. Okay, our next item is public comments not on the agenda. And I have approximately 8 speakers and we'll have 3 minutes per speaker. So I'm going to call the first 2 speakers. The first speaker is Eduardo Huerta, followed by Alice Madrid. Eduardo Huerta, 3 minutes.
Mayor, to let you know, Eduardo Huerta is not available at the moment. He has not called in. However, we do have Alice Madrid waiting on the line, and we also have an additional caller for public comments on items not on the agenda, and he is on hold. His name is Jose Barrera.
What's the name of the person?
Jose
Okay,
Barrera.
okay.
Okay.
Madam
so-
Clerk, is that the same, Jose? Is it, maybe it's just a person with the same name, because we have that name on our list.
Oh, I see that. Yes.
We have
thank you
Jose
very
Barrera
much.
there, right?
Yes, perfect. Yes, he has called in. So I will go ahead and Alice Madrid is the next person on the line.
And
Thank you.
followed by Veronica Munoz.
Yes.
Alice, okay.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes,
You have 3 minutes to speak. Thank you so much.
Okay, good evening. Good evening. I'm Alice Madrid. Good evening, Mayor and Mayor Pro Tem McDonald and all council members and staff. I'm Alice Madrid. I'm a senior citizen of Oxnard and I live in South Oxnard. Last week I sent all of you an email and I will read it right now. Palm Vista Senior Center operates inside the apartment complex located on C and 9th Streets. They provide daily activities to the senior citizens of Oxnard on a daily basis. The seniors used to be able to park directly in front of the building to participate in the activities. Recently, a bike path was put along C Street between 8th and 9th Streets. The curb has been painted red on both sides of C Street, and we can no longer park in front of the building. We have to try to find parking along 9th Street and cross C Street on the corner of 9th to get to the building, causing an inconvenience and a safety concern. Even though there are traffic lights on C and 9th, it is unsafe for many seniors to cross because many have difficulty walking. Some use canes and walkers and wheelchairs. We would greatly appreciate you considering the senior safety and give us back our parking spaces along C Street. Thank you to Mayor Zaragoza and Council Member Bert Perello for looking into my concern. And as a result, today Mr. Tim Bosham, City Traffic Engineer, contacted me and we discussed the issue for about 10 minutes. And he and I will work together on trying to make a solution for this concern. Thank you very much for letting me speak tonight.
thank you, Alice. Our next speaker is Veronica Munoz, followed by Lang Martinez.
Ms. Munoz, you may unmute by pressing *6. Hi, you have 3 minutes to speak.
Hello?
Hello, yes, you have 3 minutes to speak.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Council, Mr. Mayor. My name is Veronica Munoz. Today I'm calling on a personal concern regarding the recent resignation of Peggy Rivera as the chair of the Commission on Homelessness. She had been volunteer chair for over 15 years, and I believe her resignation comes under a bit of concerning circumstances that may or may not be elaborated on by others this evening. but I would like to simply share my knowledge of her work and dedication to the homeless community in the last 15 years that I've known her. We contributed to many of the blanket drives that she organized, I'm sure with the rest of the commissioners, for the winter warming shelter. I know that she was an integral part of the black and white dinners where thousands of dollars were collected from sponsors that she procured. She was an advocate, a voice on behalf of the commission on the many issues concerning the homeless, especially in the way of assisting to their needs. All in all, she is a member of the Oxnard community and she selflessly dedicated her heart to this cause. For this reason, I hope that her resignation is not taken lightly, rather as a pause for reflection to the loss of the time and energy that such a dedicated individual gave to the community. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Veronica. Our next speaker is Lang Martinez, followed by Jose Barrera. Lang Martinez, 3 minutes.
Mr. Martinez, you may unmute by pressing *6. Mr. Martinez?
Yeah, hello.
Yes,
Yeah,
thank
can you hear me?
Yes, we
Yes.
can.
Hi.
Thank you. You have 3 minutes to
Yeah.
speak.
Yeah, council members, Mayor Zaragoza, my name is Lang Martinez. I'm a homeless advocate, and I'm also an advocate of accountability. The lady just spoke. Thank you for those kind words of my mentor and a lady that I consider a mother that I don't have. When we talk about resignations, let's talk about other resignations. Let's talk about the resignation, not just of Peggy Ayala Rivera, but let's talk about the resignation of Erica Mata, Grace Navarro, Patty Sanchez, Rose Banielos. We're talking about this week about abuse. Abuse comes in all shapes and sizes. Abuse is abuse. Whether you push, you hit, you spit. Verbal abuse is the worst abuse. I've heard women say that they would rather be hit because you can heal from being beat. But verbal abuse is a whole different thing. It was brought up last week by Alex Nugent talking about throwing dirt or mudslinging investigations. This gentleman, and I will say his name, Emilio Ramirez, he should be taken off his position until a full investigation is done. I cannot believe that this is going on in the city of Oxnard. But Emilio Ramirez does not walk on water. He is not above the law. He is not above accountability. And what he has done, he is accountable for. Whether they are allegations or not in the matter such as Philip Molina, right? This man should not hold his position at this time, and I recommend that he be removed from his position until a full investigation is done, and that we see what the outcome is. Nobody's asking that he be removed from pay because that's not going to happen from the city of Oxnard, no. But I ask that until that a full investigation is being done, and until the removal from his duties. This gentleman, I feel, is negligent. Thank you for letting me share.
Thank you. Okay, our next speaker is Jose Barrera, followed by SP Velasco. Jose Barrera.
Mr. Barrera, you may unmute by pressing *6.
Hello, members of the City Council, Mayor Zaragoza. Thank you so much for having us here today. My name is Jose Barrera. I am a Oxnard resident and also a first-time homebuyer in Oxnard, so I'm very proud to say that. I'm also representing SEIU UHW, over 100,000 members who work in hospitals. And I wanted to bring up a particular portion of concern regarding one of the campaigns that we're working on. The security officers at Dignity Health facilities, otherwise known as Common Spirit, are currently looking to be represented by a union and have reached out to UHW for representation. The city of Oxnard is home to a facility which we all know, St. John's, and they do have some security officers who are unionized But as we're working on our campaign, this is a statewide effort where security officers have been misrepresented, have been experiencing lots of workplace violence and harassment, and they're the first line of defense against the COVID-19 pandemic. We're asking, for the city of Oxnard to consider supporting our security officers and signing a resolution urging their CEO, who needs to recognize the security officers' right to unionize. They have not been unionized at a statewide level, and we hope to get support and join the coalition of other cities such as Los Angeles, San Francisco, Long Beach, Sacramento, and others who have passed resolutions supporting security officers at daily health facilities. Like I said, officers are allowed to be represented by unions like UHW. The NLRB does allow for mixed guard unions. They just simply need to be recognized by the employer, and that's the final step that we need. We need support from local jurisdictions in order to be able to make that final leap. And so we hope that the city of Oxnard would consider supporting us on our campaign and effort to unionize security officers statewide.
Okay. Thank you, Jose. Okay, our next speaker is SB Velasco, followed by Jack Villa.
Mayor, our next two speakers are not available.
Okay, or Jack Villa. Okay, Danny Carrillo then. It's the last one I have. Danny Carrillo. Mhm.
Yes,
Mr.
good
Carrillo?
evening.
Mhm.
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Yes.
You have 3 minutes to speak.
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, members of the council. Danny Carrillo, Regional Director for SEIU Local 721. And I'm here to not only defend our members, your employees, again, but to rebut the comments made by the city manager about my statements and concerns I brought forward to you all for the record. He said that I was slinging mud in a public forum. Mr. City Manager, I speak the truth, and I am a man of integrity. Just ask any one of your 7 bosses on this council. I have known most of them a lot longer than they have known you. In the city manager's typical spin the truth and misrepresenting the facts, as he did, asking if I would be willing to waive the confidential rights of our members during this third-party investigation of bullying and hostile work environment. Let me remind you all and him that my offer for SEIU 721 to be part of a solution to these injustices was made back in March of this year. I made the same offer the last time I spoke, yet he recently approves to hire a very expensive law firm that clearly states on their website that they work to represent management. But I guess the employees and the residents are to hang their head on the outcome of this third-party neutral investigation, which will tell us that no bullying and retaliation in the workplace exists in the city, and in particular in the housing department. Save the city's money, Mr. City Manager, and keep telling us that the long-term employees and former employees who are under scrutiny have all left because they don't care about their health and how it affected their families. I hope I don't have to keep coming here to clear my name or rebut falsehoods and untrue statements. I try not to dwell in the negative and want to be part of productive solutions for our members, your employees, council. Our members are the worker bees of the city and help to provide necessary essential services to all residents. They deserve no less than true support from you all to help them achieve these goals. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, we had Eduardo Huerta. Is he available?
Mayor, I have 2 numbers that are not identified. I will need to check if one of those, who those
Okay.
callers are. Can you please give me a moment?
Yeah, in the meantime, we have a 3-minute pause here under AB 361. So we wait for the 3 minutes to see if we do have any response from Mr. Huerta. So anyone else can call at this time.
Yes, Mayor. So while we're waiting for the city clerk to check on those 2 numbers to see if there are people that signed up for speaking on public comment, I just wanted to explain that under the new Brown Act legislation, that this is our first meeting under the new legislation that was signed into law last month. We are required to if we're holding meetings remotely, we're required to also accommodate the ability of people to phone in or register through an online portal to speak during the meeting. So that creates some logistical issues with when the public comment period ends and when we can close the period for people to register. So given that there's a slight lag in at least the YouTube broadcast of the meeting, as well as the logistics of registering through the online portal, we're leaving a reasonable amount of time of 3 minutes after the last public comment has ended on an agenda item.
Okay. So we have Councilman Perrella.
Yes, I'd like to get a clarification. We do have the amended agenda, but the previous agenda for this meeting states in the body of the agenda, submit an email to city clerk no later than 3 p.m. to speak at the meeting. Is that rule no longer in place?
Yes, go.
So it states that, but it also states that speakers may sign up during the meeting as well.
Okay.
So the new agenda format explains the ways in which the public can participate.
In addition to.
Thank you, City Attorney Fisher. Thank you very much.
So pre-registration does allow us to get an idea of what the volume of public comment is going to be, and that may affect how the meeting runs. If we've got an item with lots of people signed up, we'll know that the meeting is going to run long, and we may plan accordingly. But we are still leaving the public comment ability open during the meeting through the channels that are set forth on the agenda and posted on the city's website.
Okay, so Madam Clerk, the 3 minutes are up.
Mayor, we do have Mr. Jack Villa on the line.
We do?
Yes. He is our next speaker.
Okay. Jack Villa, 3 minutes.
Mr. Villa? Mr. Villa, you have
Yes.
3 minutes to speak.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir, we can.
We
Thank
can.
you. Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Jack Villa. I come to speak to you tonight as a member of the Homeless Commission. And I'm sure you already know that our chairperson, Peggy Rivera, resigned shortly, some time ago, a little while ago. And I just want to publicly thank Peggy for her dedication and service to the city, the commission, and especially on the very difficult issue of homelessness. And I want to just praise her for the love and dedication and a lot of the devotion for the issue of homelessness, and with the utmost character and the utmost respect for others' opinion. I know Peggy, and if you know Peggy, always know where her heart is at. And I just had to come open comments to express my view, an expression of thanks for Peggy. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Jack. Okay, our next item is item E. This is a report of the city manager's executive director. And we have item number 1. I'd like to read this. The city manager, subject is COVID-19 update from Director of Emergency Service and adoption of resolution ratifying the proclamation of a local emergency and authorizing remote teleconference meetings of the legislative bodies. And the recommendation is that City Council number 1, receive and file an update from the Director of Emergency Services on COVID-19 local emergency. And number 2, adopt a resolution ratifying its proclamation of emergency on March 17, 2020, and authorizing the remote teleconference meetings of the legislative body of the city council in accordance with Assembly Bill 361. Mr. City Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Here we go. We'll bring up the slides. Okay. So first, and again, this is a reminder for anyone who needs assistance with back rent or utilities. It's still available through the state. And this is available to tenants as well as landlords. So to apply, go to housingiskey.com, as you see at the bottom of this slide here, or to call 833-430-2122. And all this information, of course, is available on the city's website. It's not going forward. Next, this is a recent announcement from the Federal Communications Commission, the FCC. They are making for a limited time some financial assistance available for income qualifying families to help pay for broadband utility internet fees. So you have to go to, now their website's a little long, but it's again at the bottom of the slide here. It's fcc.gov/broadband benefit. You can also call 833-511-0311 and see if this is something that you and your family can receive assistance on. Again, this is only for a temporary time. Next, there is another recent state public health order, and so we're just passing this along. It requires employees in adult and senior care facilities and those providing in-home direct care. Those workers must be fully vaccinated by November 30. Again, if you work in an adult or senior care facility, or if you provide in-home direct care service, you must be, according to new state rules, vaccinated by November 30th. Next, the governor has made another ruling, which is the vaccine will be added to California's list of required vaccines for in-person school following FDA approval. And more information can be found at myturn.ca.gov. So essentially, what the governor is saying is as soon as the vaccines are approved by the FDA for youth, for children and young adults, then to go to school in person, you are required to be vaccinated. Next update is here locally from our county health officer, Dr. Robert Levin. And he's issued guidance and he continues to recommend that all legislative bodies within the county continue to hold remote meetings. So that, of course, will also apply to our boards and commissions, and we're going to communicate the guidance to them as well and to help guide them through how to continue to hold these meetings remotely. Until this guidance changes, we will continue what we are doing. Next, I'm sure everyone has seen this all over the news, but the Pfizer booster shots are now available within Ventura County. So to find more information, you can look at, again, vcrecovers.org. What I have been informed is the primary way to get those boosters is through how you normally get your medical care. So go through your doctors, go through the pharmacies, all the pharmacies at, for example, CVS and so on, would also have them. So anywhere, any private place or office that would have it is where you can get your booster shot. The vaccination sites in Oxnard continue as well as the testing sites. And let me change my glasses so I can try to read this again. So in North Oxnard at the Public Health Clinic, 2240 East Gonzales Road, they continue to provide vaccinations there Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, starting at 8 a.m. through 5 p.m. And the last walk-ins are at 4:30. On Tuesdays and Thursdays, they open another hour and a half to 6:30 p.m. So again, on Monday, Wednesday, Friday, it's 8 to 5 with the last walk-in appointment at 4:30. On Tuesdays and Thursdays, they open 8 a.m. to 6:30. And the last appointment / walk-in is for 6:15. They were also open on Saturdays from 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. And last appointment / walk-in is at 3:45 p.m. In South Oxnard at 2500 South C Street, which remains at the tents in the parking lot near Les Islas Clinic. Their schedule is Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. with the last appointment walk-ins at 4:30. On Wednesdays and Fridays, they're open 8 a.m. to 6:30 p.m. Similar to the above, last appointment / walk-in is at 6:15. They were also open in South Oxnard on Saturdays from 9 to 4, so 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. with the last appointment or walk-in at 3:45 p.m. And the state testing site remains at the Oxnard Performing Arts Center at 800 Hobson Way. And they are open only Monday through Thursday, 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. Again, this information remains available on the city's website and the county's website. Next is the announcement regarding the special election for District 2. We continue to provide these reminders. So starting October 4th, which is yesterday, through October 26th, the vote mail ballots to District 2 registered voters will be delivered. October 18 is the last day that you can register to vote to be able to vote at a polling place. Online registration is available at registertovote.ca.gov. The election day, of course, is on Tuesday, November 2nd. The polling places will be open from 7 a.m. to 8:30 p.m. on November 2nd, election day. There's more information, of course, available at venturavote.org. Again, that's venturavote.org. Or you can call the county registrar's office at 805-654-2664 if you need any more information. So related to that, on this slide, so for those of you who are registered voters or will be registered voters in District 2, you can expect this voter guide to come to you, and that's what the cover of it will look like, as you can see on the slide. With regard to Election Day, November 2, the county has informed us there will be a few ballot drop-off locations. They actually begin, on October already. That's amazing. I hope this is accurate. Beginning October 4th through Election Day. So the locations are the Ventura County Credit Union, which is at the collection at River Park. And that their actual address is 691 Town Center Drive, and the drop-off box will be indoors. There are specific hours there. Again, it's the Ventura County Credit Union, and the hours are Monday through Wednesday, 9 a.m. to 5 p.m., Thursday and Friday, 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. On Saturdays, they're open 9 a.m. to 2 p.m.
Councilmember Perrello, do you want to interrupt? You wanted just information before he finishes? Councilmember Perrello?
No, I just want to ask a question about the vaccines. So let him finish this, but I have a question about the vaccines. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay.
Okay. The second drop-off location for ballots is at the library, which is here downtown, 251 South A Street, and that box will be right out front. I assume that's right out front of the front door, but we'll confirm. And then also at the county government center itself, they've got collection box at 800 South Victoria Avenue. And that's also going to be placed outdoors. So for more information, again, contact the registrar's office. It's at venturavote.org or 805-654-2664. Councilmember Perrello, do you have a quick question about vaccines?
Yes, with respect to the supplying services to the seniors, the very first part of it, when there are individuals that are over the 65 age group, are they required to have the booster also?
You mean the employees?
Anybody that's dealing with the seniors, the first part that you read had to have been vaccinated. But if they're over the 65 age group, the recommendation is that they get a booster. Is that going to be a requirement?
That's a great nuanced question. So I want to make sure we understand and we'll get the answer. What you mean is if the employees at those facilities are 65 and over, are in addition to requiring to be vaccinated, are they also required to get the booster? Is that your question?
Bingo, yes.
Okay. I would hope the answer is yes, but we will confirm. We'll find out. Next, also related to the District 2 special election, our INCO, the Neighborhood Council, is hosting a candidates forum on Thursday, October 14th at 4 p.m. So we will advertise that as often as we can through our city's various pages and so on. But it is being sponsored by a collection of the Carrot Square, 5 Points, Fremont North, Orchard Park, and West Village neighborhood councils. So again, they're inviting District 2 residents specifically to participate in the Zoom session to hear from and learn about the candidates for the District 2 special election. And there's a place here, there's a site here where you can submit any questions you might have, that, and then they will, during that forum, if they can, they will ask the questions. And this is one of those links that you need to really pay attention to. So again, this will be on our website, but I'm going to do my best to read it now. It is bit, as in bit, dot, and then ly/OX questions 21. And they want you to submit any questions you may have by October 7th. So again, the site to submit questions that you may have for the candidates is bit.ly/OX questions, the word questions 21. And then as another reminder, so on November 2, there will be no city council meeting that night. Okay, and now this is something we did several months ago to inform the public about what's happening in terms of the COVID economy and the various disruptions. And so here's an update, and just for general awareness of why certain things are going to either not be available or move very slowly through our economy. And unfortunately, some of these things impact city projects, ongoing and scheduled city projects. And then, as you will see, some of them will impact many people in our personal lives. So there's still a shortage of computer chips, which relate to a lot of the other items, the shortage of new cars, shortage of steel. And by the way, if you follow the various news reports, these shortages, some of them have to do with the shortages from manufacturing these particular items themselves, or the shortage is from the inability to transport them as fast as we had done prior to the pandemic. So it's a mix of reasons. So steel, plastic resins, paint, shipping containers, You may have seen a story a couple of weeks ago about there being over 70 giant cargo ships off of the port of Los Angeles, just sitting out there, unable to come in to be emptied and refilled for their other trip back to wherever they came from, because there's been an extreme shortage of workers as well as truck drivers, which is the next one, truck drivers. So there's a shortage of truck drivers. You may have noticed that that's severely impacting the United Kingdom last week, where they didn't have enough truck drivers to deliver gasoline to their gas stations throughout the country. So overall labor shortages, I think many of us have noticed the many very visible signs throughout our community advertising for employees. There remains a shortage of lumber, shortage of books and other paper goods. There is a poultry shortage. Costco has recently re-implemented their limits on toilet paper and other supply purchases. Remember when there was the scramble to hoard toilet paper at the outset of this pandemic? Well, I think right now Costco is getting ahead of that to try to prevent that from happening again. Nike and Adidas apparel and other shoes there's a shortage of. And unfortunately, there are lots of reports that we can expect shortages on toys as well as Christmas trees. I hate to be the messenger for that kind of news, but that's what's happening with the disruptions caused by during this COVID economy. And then as a reminder, the entire country, actually not just us or the county, is undergoing the 2020 census redistricting process. Again, this is the 2020 census redistricting process. So the county's next public hearing, and actually I believe this could be the first public hearing before the Board of Supervisors to consider draft map revisions based on the public comments they received during their initial public gathering sessions, is on Tuesday, October 19th, and it's set approximately for 1 p.m. Now, we will be monitoring that meeting to get a sense of where they may be headed, and we will be discussing that same topic at our council meeting, which is Tuesday night of October 19th. So please, for all people interested in the 2020 redistricting, the next iteration is October 19th at the county. This has to do, of course, with how the county will be redistricting their 5 districts. So if you're interested, inclined, or concerned, please pay attention to both of the meetings that day, the county meeting during the day and our meeting that evening. And then finally, we continue with our efforts here at every council meeting to support local businesses in their recovery from the pandemic. So I will quickly read these, and then I will leave this slide and council members can discuss it during their comments. So for this week, Mayor Zaragoza is supporting Vita newspaper. I think most of us see and read that paper across the community. It is a bilingual publication, and their main office here in Oxnard is at 130 Palm Drive. Next, we have Mayor Pro Tem McDonald, who is cheering on La Mexicana Bakery this week, and that's at 814 North Ventura Road. North Ventura Road. Councilmember Perrello is supporting Anaba Sushi, which is at 1171 South Victoria Avenue. Councilmember Tehran is supporting Party Supply Depot. So that's perfectly in time for Halloween. Mm-hmm. Party Supply Depot is at 744 North Ventura Road. Councilmember Madrigal is supporting Masters Donuts. Oh, that sounds great. Masters Donuts at 1911 North Oxnard Boulevard. Councilwoman Basua is supporting Nail Envy. Nail Envy at, I cannot see that. What does that say? 1730 East Channel Islands Boulevard. Nail Envy, time to get your nails on. And then Councilmember Lopez recommends JT Tax Services. JT Tax Services. They are at 143 South B Street. Never too early to get ready for tax season. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager. We have two items here to receive and file, and also the adoption of resolution. However, we have a 3-minute pause if we have any speakers, anybody must want to call in. So we start off at 3 minutes at this time, but once we get over that 3 minutes, if we don't have any speakers, then the items that we're going to vote on would be to receive and file, number one, this emergency services presentation, and number two, adoption of a resolution ratifying its proclamation for the local emergency March 17, 2020, and authorizing the remote teleconferencing meeting of the legislative bodies of the city of Oxnard, according to Assembly Bill 361. So if there's any members of the public that'd like to call in at this time, Ryan knows the opportunity.
Excuse me, Mayor, I
Okay,
have my
we
hand
have-
up
we
with a
have
question on city managers.
Councilmember Perrello.
Yes, thank you very much. I have a question with respect to the candidate forum that's going to be coming up. I appreciate that there are specific neighborhoods that are putting this on, but this is the one non-compensated elected volunteers working for the city of Oxnard are in the Inter-Neighborhood Council Forum, INC organization. And it is the one area where residents were able to see candidate forums on television, where they could actually see it happen. And as this is a specific election for a specific district, but that person will have 1/7 of a say what happens throughout the entire city. My question is this going to be televised? And if it is, there have been concerns that the two television stations are not always working even for council meetings. And there are recommendations being go to YouTube to watch the city council. What is the information you can share with the public on that, please?
So as far as I'm aware, council member, this will, because it's over Zoom, it will be broadcast over YouTube and the TVs, but it will be recorded. And then we can also rebroadcast.
Okay, thank you. Because I knew though, from having served in that organization, it's the one opportunity where people really have a chance to see the people that are fighting for the position. Thank you.
Thank you.
Why don't you talk about Vita newspaper while we wait?
Okay, while we're waiting, I'm going to share that on Vida newspaper, I've supporting the Vida newspaper. Vida newspaper has been in Oxnard. It's a bilingual newspaper, and they have served the community for the last 38 years. In fact, I was just talking to the editor, and they had their anniversary here on September the 15th. So they're providing pretty vital information for the city of Oxnard. So, okay, so now we don't have any other speakers. I just would.
Mr. Mayor, if I can add a quick comment.
Go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
I'm sorry, I didn't put my hand up, but we got a little bit of time. In terms of La Mexicana Bakery, if you want some excellent tamales, this is the place to go. And if you don't get there early enough in the day, they're sold out, which tells you the quality of their product there. So highly recommend them. Unfortunately, I've had way too many tamales in my life, but I'll get through it. And these things, their food is excellent, along with the baked goods.
So Mayor Pro Tem, I thought you were treating today because here we are without any dinner and you're talking about tamales. They're excellent tamales. I've been there. Councilman Perrello.
Yes, thank you. The firm that I'm recommending, Anaba, it's an excellent place. It's a little more upscale. They have cooked and uncooked fish. The sushi is there. But if you are looking for an exciting time to have a birthday party, let me tell you, if you go in there and somebody's having a birthday party or you're expecting one, you'll get your money's worth. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'm sure we'll have some of the council members share under the next item, but let's go ahead and on this item that we just finished with the city manager, we have of course, receive and file. And then the second item is, as I mentioned, is adopt a resolution, do we have a motion in that item?
Move the recommended action.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem, we got a first,
Second, Perrello.
second by Councilman Perrello. Roll call.
Mayor Pro Tem McDonald,
Yes.
Mayor Zaragoza,
Yes.
Councilmember Perrello,
Yes.
Councilmember Madrigal,
Aye.
Councilmember Basua,
Yes.
Councilmember Turan,
Yes.
Councilmember Lopez.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 7-0.
Thank you so much. Our next item is item F, and this is the opportunity for city councils to share with all of us in the community a brief announcement on some of the reports and activities, and also to share with us if they wish to place any items for future agendas. And of course, we've got about 3 minutes for each council member. Mayor Pro Tem McDonald.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Last week, we had a Ventura County Transportation Commission meeting. The main focus of business right now is looking for a new executive director. Mr. Kettle has taken on a newer position with Metrolink of Southern California, or the Southern California Regional Rail Authority, as her real name is, and is the executive director down there. So we currently have Mr. Mark Watkins, who is the retired city manager from the city of Ventura, at the helm for the next 4 months or so while we seek a new executive director. And also Go Coast Transportation, the managing or general manager, Steve Brown, has announced his retirement. So we're in the process of recruiting not only a manager for Go Coast Transit or Transit District, but also for Ventura County Transportation Commission. So if you're interested in the transit job, now's the time.
And thank you for that. I'd like to congratulate Steve Brown because I've worked with Steve for many, many years, as you know, too. We closed the old transportation center there on 3rd Street and opened up the one over behind Costco. So Steve Brown's going to be missed. He did a lot of work for the transit industry. And also Darren Kettle, I worked with Darren for VCTC for many, many years. So finally, we get some representation for Ventura County. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Okay, who else? I don't see any hands up there. Who's next? Like to share some? Councilmember Lopez.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll start off with my business recommendation, which is JT Tax Services. Local business owners now located in downtown. Previously, they were in Port Hueneme, so I'm glad that they are now business owners in our city, and just very reliable. And as our city manager said, it's never too early, but I know I tend to be one of those last minute people, and they're very responsive, and then I'm able to submit and pay my taxes on time. So I do recommend them. And then just wanted to share a brief note on Ormond Beach. So I recently met with the working group on the Ormond Beach Restoration and Access Plan. So it's great to see the progress, on the work out there. And tied to that, recently there was some information shared by Larry and Shirley Godwin, who are just very active residents in our city. Very big supporters of Ormond Beach, and they're very much in contact with Walter Fuller, who is the steward out there on the beach, and so they shared a milestone, from Walter in terms of his presence, being on site for such a long time. He has personally greeted 100,000 people, and this was as of 2 weeks ago. So I'm sure that number has only grown, and he's just been a great person out there. So I wanted to share that and encourage anyone, when it is safe to do so, to go out and visit Ormond Beach and help out. So thank you.
Thank you. And thank Shirley and Larry Godwin, for recognizing Walter. Outstanding person. Councilmember Turan. Mm-hmm.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I want to start first with the local business I'm featuring, and you can see it's Party Supply Depot at 744 North Ventura Road in the Fremont Shopping Center. And if you walk out that door and look across the parking lot, you'll see La Mexicana Bakery that Mayor Pro Tem had featured as well. So they're very close to each other. But Party Supply Depot is locally owned and has been in business for 14 years. And I spoke with one of the owners, Olivia, this past week, and she was sharing with me the strategies they used in weathering the pandemic when there were not any social gatherings happening. And so now business is picking up again, which is great, but she fully recognizes the importance of people being safe. And so they have great stuff to offer, including rental services as well for tables and chairs. But if you need to get some party supplies, and as was mentioned, Halloween's coming up, they're a locally owned business and you can head in there and see what they have. So I would also like to point out that it looks like 5 of the 7 businesses featured here are in District 2. So go District 2 for this time. All right. As a updates here, I attended the opening ceremonies for the Relay for Life at Oxnard High School, and the Relay for Life is celebrating 25 years of having that event in the city of Oxnard, and they did not have it last year in person because of the pandemic, and really worked very hard to pull it off for this year. And it was smaller scale, where it was a 12-hour event versus a 24-hour event. And it was a great step into returning to some sense of normalcy, and a very important event in creating awareness around cancer and how it affects people directly and indirectly. And so I want to thank Councilwoman Basua, who was there as well. And we were there with Mayor Gama from Port Hueneme, Councilmember Molche from Camarillo, as well as a representative from the Office of Senator Monique Limon. And I would just want to thank the folks who put that event together again. It's very important, does some great work, so thank you. I also attended, along with Councilmember Perello, Planning Commissioner Arwejo, Supervisor Ramirez, and Jeanette Sanchez Palacios, who's a council member in Ventura. We attended the groundbreaking for the True Hotel by Hilton over near the Esplanade by Food for Less and Gold's Gym. And something that was shared at the event was that this particular hotel is majority Black investors, and also is the first Black-owned hotel in the county of Ventura. And that was just great to hear and great to see, and people were out there in support. And I'm so happy to see folks who are coming together to invest in such businesses, but not only that, but bring them and invest in Oxnard. So that was really great to see. And I do have one request for a future agenda item. I'm hoping that we can get a full report on the efforts that our city is taking to address homelessness and services that are being offered to our unhoused population. I would just like an update on that, or a report on that, because the shelter is just right here in my neighborhood over on 2nd and K Street. And it's fairly well run, in my own opinion, by the operator. I know that things have cropped up here and there, but they are addressed right away. And services are the main priority for those who are interfacing with that location. I mean, I know we have plans for a new location, but I also know the Vagabond has been in operation and is in process as well. And I know that there were some residents who had feedback, and that feedback was heard and addressed as well. So I would just like a report on, what we're doing in the city, so that the public can be aware of that, and this council can be aware of the scale of what our city is doing to address homelessness and provide services to our unhoused population. And those are my comments, Mayor. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilwoman Basua. You got to unmute.
I'm sorry.
Mhm.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to go ahead and start with my recommendation of Nil Envy, which is located at 1730 East Channel Islands Boulevard, right behind Channel Islands High School. It's a great place to go get your nails done and just kind of relax. So if you ever have an opportunity to, I would really encourage everyone to visit this local small owned business. Like Councilmember Tehran said, I did attend the Relay for Life at Oxnard High School. Very small event this year due to COVID. Went there for opening ceremonies and got an opportunity to go back later in the day and got an opportunity to do a little bit of bidding on some raffle prizes that I did not win, by the way. But it was definitely great. It's great to be able to support this cause. And I was really, really happy to be there. I would like to see what my council members think about the possibility of bringing back for consideration the resolution to support the security officers. I'm just kind of throwing it out there, see if there is support from my fellow council members to bring the resolution back. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Councilmember Oscar Matragan.
Thank you, Mayor.
Mhm.
I'll begin with Master's Donuts. I've been a customer of Master Donuts actually for decades. I grew up eating there, once in a while. As a little kid, I remember their old location in the same shopping center on the far end where Vaughn's used to be. I know their new location with the redo and the building of the Lowe's, trying to change up things, but they have terrific donuts, and it just kind of brings back memories of when I worked at Pacifica High School. I would go and visit that donut shop probably multiple times a week, which I know is very unhealthy, but I guess I cannot say no to donuts. But and I know other residents in the city, throughout the city, north end, west end, south, east, all love that donut place. I remember a talk I had with Miss Jackie Tedeschi a few years ago, that when her friend came to the city of Oxnard, the first place that she would take her every single time was to Master's Donuts. So Master's Donuts is great donuts, and they're very delicious. As far as the last 2 weeks, I want to especially thank Mariposa Landscape for all their work throughout District 3. Just between Camino del Sol and Cesar Chavez, I do know that some trees were chopped down because they were pretty much dead. So thank you to them for resolving that issue in the neighborhood. Throughout the neighborhood, I've been keeping busy in the district. Since I am in a district and St. John's is there, I wholeheartedly agree with Councilwoman Basua's request, if need be. I support bringing that to the council. Next, just keeping busy outside of the city of Oxnard. I am now on the alumni board at Cal Lutheran. So that's an interesting dynamic, working with undergrads, graduate students, and alumni of the university. It's a great experience. And then, seeing people here from the city of Oxnard who are also alumni of Cal Lutheran is a great way to networking. And because of my teaching job, I actually am meeting different professors from UCLA concerning issues with housing, and not only housing, but lack of equity when it comes to housing in Southern California. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Perrella.
Thank you, Mayor. I would, over the last few weeks, I've had an opportunity to attend a Fox County Groundwater Management Agency. I want to let the city council know that you have a tremendous asset in Assistant City Manager, I beg your pardon, Deputy City Manager Sherry Klima. I hope some of you are paying attention and will watch those meetings and hear the discussions and the questions and the presentation she makes, the rationale of common sense and looking out for everybody, not just Oxnard, looking out for everybody, agricultural, municipal, industrial. You got a gem. I had an opportunity to attend a BICEP meeting as a follow-up. I want to thank our public safety, because some cities have tremendous problems with lawsuits against public safety. Ours is not one of them. And oftentimes you only hear about what's in the newspaper. Blood and guts sells a story. Well, we're very fortunate to have the people working in public safety that we do. Nobody's perfect, but that needs to be said. And I'm saying it as a council member, having to see and what's going on with some of the other stuff going on. The Channel Islands Neighborhood Council meeting, I had a chance to attend that. It was very good presentation, but there was one thing that I want to share with the council, and I want to share with some people that seem to be interested in putting a petition together to get an initiative on the ballot. Channel Islands Neighborhood Council had their beat officer give a report, and he gave a report that there had been some theft off the docks towards the northern end of the Channel Islands Harbor. And it was accepted, and that we don't have the harbor patrol there anymore. Ladies and gentlemen, members of the council, the reason the harbor patrol is not there anymore is the neighborhoods in the north end voted to cease the operation and the expense of the harbor patrol. The reason I bring this up, some of the people that are pushing for various things to be put on a ballot need to be aware of it. Actions have consequences, and you deal with what you get after those actions. The other thing, I think Garcia Landscaping, and I do not live in an area where I see the other landscaper working, but I can tell you, I would put Garcia Landscaping against anybody. The work that they're doing, the safety precautions they take when they're working in the public thoroughfare is amazing. These guys are first class. I'm grateful they're working for our city. The concept detail, going through my list here, Harbor Patrol. Okay, with respect to something that I would like on the council agenda, I would like in the very beginning, when we have a city manager's report, we have a short video, how to put 311 on your phone. I have a tremendous amount of people that contact me and they say a problem. I say, do you use 311? And they look at me and, well, tried it. I got one today about the bridge going over 3rd Street, gentleman complaining about the lights being out. And he's called the city, but he's been told that there are, financial problems. I will look at it tonight in the dark to see if that's an accurate statement, the lights being out. If they are, I will 311 it. But ladies and gentlemen of the council, I think that we need to push the 311. That is one area of this council that worked from the beginning through the pandemic into now, helping us tremendously, because this work in the city of Oxnard's voters approving Measure E has made tremendous improvements in areas of the city that I drive through. And I do my darndest to try to drive through every area of the city. With respect to the public comments, I appreciate all the people that made public comments. There are things that I am going to say that I know I have supporters telling me, why did you put your nose in that fight? And there are others that I will not address. The first one I want to address is Miss Alice Madrid. Miss Alice Madrid has been one of the hardest working individuals on INCO, Neighborhood Chair, Senior Services Commission. And due to a change in the city policy about having members of the family working in the city of Oxnard and members of the family serving on boards, she had to leave that board. I'm grateful that she reached out to me with a concern. I'm grateful that the mayor got back to her and I got back to her, and I'm very grateful that she met with Mr. Bokum. It sounds like something could be addressed because it sounds like a serious issue. The chair of the Senior Services, Mrs. Alice, Sweetland, Mrs. Alice Sweetland also got back to me. They're looking into this. Ms. Madrid, thank you very much for your comment. I'd like to address the second one to Danny Carrillo. I know Danny Carrillo. Danny Carrillo's organization has supported me in the past. Danny Carrillo has asked and made mention of questioning his integrity. I know that Danny Carrillo is an ex-Marine, and I know that Marines take their integrity very seriously. in some cases, much more serious than the general public. I do not question the integrity of Danny Carrillo, but as a past union member in good standing and retired in good standing, I can tell you, union membership does not always share the full story with union leadership. Speaking as a retired member of the Rural Mail Carriers of America, that's a fact. Mr. Carrillo, I do not know anyone questioning your integrity. And the question that was made with respect to the city manager's comments, Mr. Carrillo, I do know that there were things that have been done in the housing authority when I first got on this board, the things that people have been arrested for, the accusations and the claims with HUD coming in investigating, a lot of things that were done that were not supposed to be done were allowed. People looked the other way, some in that organization. I believe the new leadership that we have of the housing authority is serving our city well. Again, thank you, Mayor, for letting me say my piece.
Okay, thank you. I'd just like to share too that I had the opportunity to attend the 31st El Consignio Latino Leadership Awards. It was really great. We had quite a few individuals from Oxnard that were named leaders, of the Latinos, and also I'd like to share that the Relay for Life. I've been attending that for years and years, but this time I could not attend due to personal reasons. So I really kind of regret that because I really support the Relay for Life, which I think is really important. And as I mentioned too, also that I really support Vida newspaper, and as I mentioned before, they've been in existence, a bilingual newspaper for 38 years. But before I leave, I'd like to ask Councilmember Basua if she likes to share maybe 25 words or less on her League of City Conference. And how did it go? Or Councilman Basua?
Thank you, Mayor. It skipped my mind. Yes, I did attend the League of Cities in Sacramento. And it was a very, very well attended conference. Lots of classes that I attended. Also, one thing that I found probably the most, I guess, motivating for me, I went through the vendors booths, and there is so much technology out there for our cities to look at. And that was extremely eye-opening on all the neat things that are out there now that even through COVID, I just didn't realize. I'll be passing some of that stuff on to our city manager. And maybe it will work for Oxnard, maybe it won't, but it's definitely something to take a look at. So that I think was probably the most eye-opening for me through this conference. And it was a 2 days spent in Sacramento.
And thank you for representing Oxnard, and I think you voted to on our behalf. Thank you.
I sure did.
I have Mayor Pro Tem and Perello.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to quickly say last weekend was a busy weekend. I was at the Walk to End Alzheimer's in the River Park area Saturday morning. I ordinarily try to get to the Relay for Life as a cancer survivor. That's very important to me to try and support them as much as I can. But also the Walk to End Alzheimer's was very important. A lot of community members out there. Some of the local labor groups, Leuna and Southwest Carpenters, were well represented. And it was just a beautiful turnout and a nice event. So thank you to all the other people that attended all the other events. We're finally starting to see some sense of normalcy. So it's looking great. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councilman Perello, a couple more.
Yes, I apologize. I forgot this, Mayor. I was designated to read the proclamation for the groundbreaking of the True by Hilton at the event that Council Member Tehran and I attended. And it was because I was there because Councilman McDonald, as he's just mentioned, had two events at the same time. And so I appreciated the opportunity to be there. It was a tremendous event. It was instrumental to me, three specific things. The gentleman, the main speaker, made a point of introducing his son, his kid, young kid, maybe junior high school age. But he also made a point of every member that was a partner, an investor, had an opportunity to stand on the stage and turn a shovel of dirt for the groundbreaking. I'd never seen that done before. I hope that other people that do this similar type of thing, or any organizations, do the very same thing. There was a member of the Oxnard Visitors and Commission, Visitors and Hostel organization that was there, and it was well done. I will share this with the council. On the morning of the event, the Star newspaper had a front page story about this event. And there was a comment that the reporter put in there, a new reporter from Alaska working Oxnard for the Star. It had to do with an agreement that had been entered into that the trains would not honk going through the Vineyard Avenue Oxnard Boulevard intersection because of a quietness requested by the hotel. I sent a question to the city staff upon reading that, asking, how do we address, if that is a fact, how do we address the residents that have been asking for a quiet zone in other parts of our city? I'm extremely appreciative to the engineer and public works that got back to me explaining, very doubtful that the public would get a response from the train businesses, train companies, railroad firms committing to that. I need to share that with the council. Thank you. Thank you for letting me add this. And I apologize, I forgot it.
Thank you. Okay, our next item is, we've already exceeded our 3 minutes and no one's called. So our next item is a review of the information consent agenda item. And item H, we don't have any public speakers on this item. So we do have 3 items, 1 to 3. And if any council members have any concerns on these items, 1 to 3, we're going to also share that if they don't, we have a 3-minute pause that maybe anybody might want to call in, anyone from the public. And if nobody calls in from the public, which they have the right to do so, we have 3 items, 1, 2, and 3, that will need a motion to hopefully approve. Councilmember Perrello.
Thank you, Mayor. I only have comments on 2 of the items.
Okay.
Number 2, we're going to be approving the minutes for the month of July. I'm hoping that we can get more, we're into October. I'm hoping that we can get more current. And I know that the city clerk and her staff, tremendous staff, Dwayne and Simone, working with her, doing everything they can to assist her, that we can get more current on with this, because I do get questions from the public on this, and I get questions from the public on the minutes for the commission meetings. The only other question that I have, and it's a comment on item number 2, at a recent Public Works Committee meeting, this was discussed and approved 3-0, but there was a discussion about investigating where the biosolids go. I did talk to the city manager. My understanding is that there will be a presentation about making sure where our biosolids go, that we'd have no issue with any problems with anybody's groundwater. Having had an opportunity to speak with the city attorney and Mr. Michael Moore from the risk management for our city, I brought that up, and Mr. Moore was well aware of things that have happened in the past in Kern County where there were claims that there was jeopardy to the groundwater in that area. Just wanted to make sure that when Mr. Janhauser went up, they give us a report. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Tehran.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I just have a couple questions about item 3 for the security consultants for downtown. And I could see it's a 4-year agreement, and just for the benefit of the public, I'm hoping that we can share what the scope of work will be for security. What will they be doing? What are the areas? And what are typically some of the issues that they encounter in the downtown area?
Yeah, Chief Benitez.
Certainly related to that question, just let me give you some of the ideas. What they do is that they are placed there on roving posts to observe and report any suspicious or illegal activities that they see in the downtown area. So essentially, they are the eyes and ears for the downtown business owners and people that visit the downtown. They also partner with the police They serve role as as an ambassador, where they're out there encouraged to interact with the people that are visiting or doing business in the central business district. And then generally, whenever calls come up, they usually offered to serve as assistants in a variety of ways. Usually, generally, if it's help looking for something or pointing the police officers in the right direction.
Thank you, Chief.
All right, thank you for that, Chief. And I thank you for chiming in on that. I just want to be clear, or I want it to be clear for the public that downtown, if we're looking at revitalizing it, there's great stuff to do downtown right now. I think just more folks need to be reminded of that and continue to do so. But I just wanted to be sure that at a 4-year agreement at $1.2 million, that everyone's aware of what we're looking at here and what the scope of work will be. And I personally am very much looking forward to continued revitalization of our downtown area and that for our downtown businesses. So I will certainly be looking forward to the scope of work and how the security contributes to that in a positive way. So thank you very much for those responses.
Thank you, Councilmember. And Madam Clerk, we've exceeded the 3 minutes. No one is at call for any additional information. So with that in mind, what is the pleasure of the board for items 1, 2, and 3? And council members?
I'll move approval of the consent agenda items the 3 consent agenda items, Mayor.
We got a first by Councilman Lopez and second by Basua. Councilman Basua, roll call.
Mayor Pro Tem McDonald,
Yes.
Councilmember Perrello,
Yes.
Councilmember Basua,
Aye.
Councilmember Madrigal,
Aye.
Mayor Zaragoza,
Aye.
Councilmember Tehran,
Yes.
Councilmember Lopez.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes 7-0.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Our next item is item J1. This is a public hearing, October the 5th, 2021, Community Development Successor Agency, Housing Authority, and Oxnard City Council. This is a time and place to set for public hearing on item J1, Housing Department. The subject is sale of Oxnard Community Development Commission Successor Agency owned property located at 6th and 7th Street, adjacent to Mita Street, for a total price of $212,740 to the Oxnard Housing Authority. And the recommendation is number 1, that the Oxnard Community Development Commission Successor Agency adopt a resolution titled A Resolution of Governing Board of Oxnard Community Development Commission Successor Agency, approving and recommending to the Ventura County Consolidated Oversight Board of 1, entry by the Oxnard Community Development Commission Successor Agency into a proposed purchase and sale agreement with the Oxnard Housing Authority. 2, a grant deed to be effectuated, and said purchases and sale of real property. 3, the remittance of the net purchase proceeds received by the Oxnard Community Development Commission Successor Agency after closing of escrow to the Ventura County Auditor Controller for disposition to the taxing agencies, and 4, related actions. Number 2, that the Board of Commissioners of the Oxnard Housing Authority conduct a public hearing and adopt a resolution titled A Resolution of the Board of Commissioners of the Oxnard Housing Authority. 1, entry by the Oxnard Housing Authority into a proposed purchase and sale agreement with the Oxnard Community Development Commission Successor Agency. And 2, grant a deed affixate said purchases and sale of real property and Oxnard Housing Authority acceptance thereof, and 3, related actions. 3, the City Council conduct a public hearing and consider the summary report and prepare pursuant to California Health and Safety Code Section 33433 and adopt a resolution titled A Resolution of the City Council of the City of Oxnard. 1, making a finding and taking action pursuant to provisions of California Health and Safety Code 33431 and 33433, and 2, approving a sale of transfer of certain real property from the Oxnard Community Development Successor Agency to the Oxnard Housing Authority. By B, entry by the Oxnard Community Development Commission successor agency in the Oxnard Housing Authority into a proposed purchase and sale agreement. And C, a grantee effectuate said purchases and sale of real property. And 3, approving related actions. We start off with the city clerk certification of publication and written communications, if any. Madam Clerk.
Mayor, there was a legal notice for the public hearing of the Oxnard Housing Authority and the City Council, published in the Vida newspaper on September 16th, September 23rd, and September 30th, 2021. The city clerk's office has not received any written communications on this item.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. A video presentation regarding this item was posted in accordance with Measure M. Staff is available to answer any brief clarifying questions council members or commissions may have before we take public testimony on this item. Council members and commissioners will deliberate after the public hearing of the Oxnard Housing Authority and the City Council has been closed. Any questions? Councilmember Perrella?
Yes, I'm not sure of the wording, but I think it's ex parte communication. I was contacted via text by Angela Whitcomb from the Parks and Recreation Commission, asking me to give her a call about the 5 Points property and the agenda. I called back. I never got a response, but I need to share that I was contacted, and I believe it has to do with this item.
Yeah, thank you for sharing that, Councilmember Turan.
Thank you very much, Mayor. Similar to Councilmember Perrello, I would just like to share ex parte communication with Ms. Whitecomb, the chair of the Parks, Recreation, Community Services Commission, Commissioner Hernandez, as well as Commissioner and Vice Chair Roger Poirier.
Thank you. And we do have Emilio Ramirez to, if there's any additional questions that the members might have. Okay, let me see, Councilwoman Basua.
Now, I just want to go ahead and just make it public that I also had a text from Whitecomb, although I did not speak to her, and I did get a letter from somebody else in regards to this subject, which I apologize, my mind just went blank. Oscar. So just to let you know, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so now I'm going to open the public testimony portion of this public hearing of the Oxnard Housing Authority and City Council. Members of the public were invited to sign up to speak on this item on the city's website. And a person who did not sign up to do so may now do so by following instructions posted on the agenda for this meeting at the City Council's website, oxnard.org/city meetings. The speakers have 3 minutes to speak on this item. Madam Clerk, do we have any speakers on this item?
Mayor, we have 5 public speakers so far for this public hearing.
Okay, and we'll start off with Chris Hernandez and followed by Lily Guerrera. Chris Hernandez, 3 minutes.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, Mr. Hernandez, thank you. You have 3 minutes to speak.
Okay. Hi, my name is Chris Hernandez. I'm the vice chair of the 5 Points Neighborhood Council. And just good evening, everybody. I honestly don't even know where to start. You know, to my understanding, you know, you guys have been working on this project for quite some time now. And I understand all the, you know, money you must have spent, or just going through the grants, or reaching out to different people and having meeting after meeting. But I have been advocating for a park, and actually for those 4 cells, 7 and 6 on 7th and Mida, for a little under a year now. And not once have I been reached out to about any meetings that you guys have had about plans there. And to my understanding, Mr. Roger Poirier on the Parks and Recs Commission has been advocating for a park at Five Points neighborhood since 2016. And I believe not once he has been invited to any meeting regarding anything going on in those parcels. I do know that there's a third parcel next to 7 and 6 that is owned by a company in Glendale, I believe. And, you know, for one, my neighborhood in Five Points area, we lack parks. On the Parks Master Plan, it's on our top 5, you know, and as one of the areas that needs a park, we are the neighborhood with the house and in need of parks here. Our neighborhood is unsafe regarding bike lanes off of Oxnard Boulevard. 5 Points, the intersection itself, there has been deaths there because it is unsafe. It is unsafe to walk to Plaza Park, which is the closest park, and that's not really a park. That it's full of homeless, and it's full of also housing.
We're having a hard
Matter of
time.
fact, I've helped many men, you know, with the project Office 6. So I'm just totally against it. I've reached out to, you know, council members about this.
30 seconds.
Mayor, I'm completely against it, and I'm at a loss for words for all the work that we have done as a commission in the parks and just as a neighborhood council. I'm completely against it, and we need parks here, and it is unfair that you guys don't include us. You make us feel unwanted.
Thank you, Chris. And we have Mayor Pro Tem would like to share a couple of words, and maybe potentially we can have also the Emilio.
No, Mr. Mayor, I was just putting my hand up to get in the queue, but I'd rather hear all the speakers first, and then I'll chime in.
Good point. Why don't we go ahead, Councilman Teran will listen to all the speakers, and then we'll go into okay. Our next speaker then is Lily Guerrero, followed by Angela Whitcomb. And then we'll go back to Councilman Teran.
Mayor, Lily Guerra is not available. However, Angela Whitcomb is on the line.
Okay, and then followed by Roger Portier. Angela, okay.
Good evening, members of council, Mayor Zaragoza, and Housing Authority representatives. I'm the chair of the Parks and Recreation and Community Services District, and my question to you is if not here, where? For a park in 5 Points, we as a commission have been bringing this up continually over the past 4 years with no answer. I think that we have a very creative city, and we could come up with some really good plans. I understand that we need housing, and I want you to understand that the Parks Commission is not anti-housing. We are just pro-parks, and we feel sometimes like our city is not on the same level as we are as it pertains to parks. 5 Points is in desperate need of some love from our city. We don't need another concrete jungle. We need a place where families can feel safe and welcome and invited, and a place in a green space for them to go to. We don't have that there anywhere. The one green space that we did have was cemented over and houses were put on. So, you know, I challenge this council to be creative in their thinking. You know, is there another space that's provided walking distance where you could build a beautiful park? I haven't found one that's as good as this one. And also, but if you're going to build something, what about you know, doing something like Emilio brought to our attention when he wanted to build houses on Campus Park, where you put a community center on the bottom floor and you put the houses on the top floor? And what about rooftop parks? You know, what if we green up our roofs in the city of Oxnard? It's flat. So I think, you know, if we're creative, we could do this, and but we have to be creative. And this neighborhood is in desperate need of a park, and I really hope that you consider making one there. Thank you.
Thank you, Angela. Roger Poirier. Roger, 3 minutes. Madam Clerk, do we have Roger on the line?
Yes, Mayor, one moment, please. Sorry,
Thank you.
one moment.
Okay. Mhm.
Okay, very good. Mayor and city council members and staff, I hope that I'm being heard. I can't tell. Ms. City Clerk, am I coming through?
Yes, you can be heard.
Oh, okay. Thank you very much. My name is Roger Poirier. I've served on the Parks and Recreation Commission since 2015. I've looked at old commission meetings in the archive, and I think it was back in 2006 when Gloria Postel and Johnny Barber, a bunch of other folks were on the commission. They actually voted to recommend the purchase of the Skyview for a park because they recognize that that part of town is the most park-deprived neighborhood in Oxnard. Now, a lot of people think that it's not a residential neighborhood, but there's a lot of people who live in Five Points. If you think about the Boys and Girls Club on 7th, if you go to, there's a state website you can go to see what kind of parks are available for people. If you draw a half-mile radius around the Boys and Girls Club, there's over 5,000 people who live in that area. And their closest park is Plaza Park, which, you know, is not suitable for young families, or there's no playground. It's not really a park. The people of Five Points, the property owners there, they pay the same property taxes and the same sales tax that I do and that you do. They're paying for everybody else's park in this city. And all of our general fund parks are supported by the residents of the Five Points neighborhood, but they don't have their own park. They really need someplace to go that's within, you know, a walking distance of their neighborhood. And that's all the commission, you know, the commission's voted over and over again for the city to do something for that neighborhood. We actually were willing to give up some of a housing related parks program grant that we had in 2016 to purchase the parcels there. We kept it on the down low because we didn't want to, you know, alert anybody that we're trying to buy land for a park. So the reason you haven't heard from us is because we've been trying to be very aware that it's a real estate deal and we shouldn't get involved in it. But, you know, I've met with former city manager Greg Neuhoff and assistant city manager Ruth Nasuna, and we thought we had this thing figured out. And it's just moved forward without any real back and forth, any kind of solution searching with the Parks and Rec Commission or any kind of Five Points neighborhood council. I've been trying to get that neighborhood council up and running over the last year. COVID has made it super hard. There needs to be a conversation between the city council and the residents of Five Points about what can the city council do for these folks for a park. And
Thank you, Roger.
The Parks and Rec, the commission would love to be a part of that too. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Council members, let me read this item before we continue.
Excuse me, Mayor. We have one more public speaker on this item.
Okay, let's go ahead. Who's that person?
Daniela Aguirre.
Okay,
Ms.
Daniela.
Aguirre?
Hi.
Hi, Ms. Aguirre. You have 3 minutes to speak. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for having me here. My name is Daniela Aguirre, and I have volunteered with Roger Poirier and Chris Hernandez to try to build a park like in 2 areas. I'm from like the Mar Vista area by Pleasant Valley and Dodge, and unfortunately, you know, I was trying, you know, we couldn't get a park built in my area, and like, you know, and it's just, we lost it, for low income housing. But the thing is, mainly, I don't want this to happen to 5 Points. Like, I've passed by that area. It is like packed with a lot of apartments. A lot of people live there. And just, I've heard from residents there that they want a park. And so, like, a park would bring infinite benefits, like reduction to anxiety, and depression. Growth and development would be better, and cognitive and social skills would benefit kids and families. There would be a lot of benefits to physical and mental health, which creates safer communities. The thing is, we need safer communities. We need to advocate for our city. We need to hold everyone to equitable and like worthy living condition, And so, like, even we addressed in my CSUCA ethnic studies class that Oxnard and Camarillo infrastructure is different. That Camarillo was built for wealthier folks, and Oxnard was discriminated for being of minority races. And just like when I used to go work to Camarillo, I'd ride my bike, and like I'd stop by different like communities, and there was a park for like almost every community. But in Oxnard, there isn't. I'd ride my bike around here, and it's very risky when there's like everything's crammed in Oxnard. There's a lot of houses, like smaller houses, and just why wouldn't we build low income housing in other cities in Ventura County where there's more like opportunities and space, right? So the thing is, like, having a park would help the cyclists and just kids to not have to travel so far. With so many accidents and deaths of cyclists, like if they had somewhere to stay instead of going far, it would prevent deaths. It would be a haven for them, and so even on to one of my stories, when I was in junior high, I was really bored. There's no park in my area. There never has been. There's only like a little like grass area. It's really, really small. But I went walking to the elementary school, and I jumped over the fence to play in the playground because I was just so bored, and just
Ms. Aguirre, your time is up.
Thank you so much. Thank you for sharing. Thank you. Before we go to the council members, let me read this statement here. It says, if there's no other speakers from the list, we can have staff respond to the questions or have council or commissioners begin discussing the matter for 3 minutes to allow any additional speakers to register or to be recognized. Then we can close the public hearing at this time. So after the 3 minutes, the public hearing, it will be closed. So council members, we have Mayor Pro Tem and Councilmember Turan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I too was contacted by Angela Wycombe and had a couple of discussions with her. And I think I saw an email pop into my city email box tonight from Mr. Poirier, but I haven't read it obviously because we're in a meeting. But that being said, I've spent a lot of time looking at this issue, and I'm going to refer to page 6 of the PowerPoint, which is on page 143 of the presentation, or of the packet rather, and it shows 7 parcels in that picture. Parcel 1 was previously dedicated to the Many Mansions project, which is moving forward. Parcels 2, 3, 6, and 7 are parcels that were purchased with housing funds, and those are the parcels that we're talking about tonight. And then there are 2 remaining parcels left, 4 and 5, which are owned by the city. They're not housing fund centric. And my understanding from staff is that will be coming to us sometime in the near future. So I know in the past we've talked about trying to maybe locate a park in this neighborhood, and it wasn't well received by some of the residents, so that would take a little bit of work. There were some comments about, oh, there will be a lot of homeless people hanging out there. There'll be a lot of different things going on. And so, our work might be cut out for us, but there may be some opportunity here in looking at parcels 4 and 5 on that map And that would be the southwest corner of 6th and Mita Street. And on that corner, there is one building. The address is 154 East 6th Street. Right now it's office. It's about 1,250 square feet of space. But other than that, that property, and most of that property to the south of that office is a parking lot. So conceivably parcel 4 could almost double in size and could be tied to parcel 5. There may be some opportunity to revisit this and look at a potential future park. I don't know, I'm not a park designer. I don't do this stuff. I'd have to ask staff to give us some feedback, but I would like to take a look at that in the future. I'm a little hesitant to not move forward with 2, 3, 6, and 7 because we do have a mandate to move forward. If we don't do something with all of these parcels, the county of Ventura is going to stand in line to take them over, and I don't want to see that happen. I think Oxnard needs to deal with it. And since these were purchased with housing funds, I think the safer road is to go down and look at using them for housing purposes, which is probably going to be what's going to happen after we approve this. But I think there's some opportunity in talking in the arena of parcel 4 and parcel 5, and maybe looking at another little land acquisition that we might be able to put something together that would help benefit this neighborhood. Now, the challenge of 5 Points northeast is open space is at a premium here. There is very little open space in the downtown core area. And so I think we need to be creative. Ms. Whitecomb talked about maybe a community center on the first floor and park on the roof. I don't know. I'm not an expert in that either, but I think we need to be open. But I would like to ask staff that in the near future, maybe we can do some sort of a study session or a follow-up session on looking at parcels 4 and 5 and seeing there's some creative way that we can do something good for this neighborhood. So again, those are my comments, Mr. Mayor. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I'm going to have Councilmember Teran say a couple of words, and then we have Ashley and Emilio can go ahead and give us some more additional information. And I'm going to close the public hearing at this time too.
Excuse me, Mayor Zaragoza, we have one additional person that has called in for public comment.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay,
Who's
it's
that
going to
person?
take a moment, please. One moment.
Mm-hmm. I'm going to open the public hearing for that one particular, and then I'll close the public hearing. Go ahead. Who is that person?
The public speaker is Manuel Herrera, and I'm trying to connect. One moment, please.
Okay. Mr. Rivera.
Hello.
Yes, Mr. Herrera, thank you. You have 3 minutes to speak.
Okay, thank you. Mayor Zaragoza, members of the City Council.
Yes, Mr. Herrera, thank you. You have 3 minutes to speak.
My name is Manuel Herrera. I'm the creator of Citizens for Better Oxnard. I'd like to call in support of the commissioners Hernandez, Whitcomb, and Portier. I'll be honest, I don't know much about this situation. I just, heard about it. But the little I did hear about it, I didn't like the fact that it seems like these commissioners have been working or trying to work with the city to establish maybe some kind of park or something over there in the 5 Points area. Now, I know things aren't as easy as they seem. And again, I don't know all the facts, but, and I don't know what you can do tonight, whether you have to vote on this and move forward, or whether you can put it on hold and try to work out a good deal that'll benefit the commissioners, the residents, and so forth. Again, I apologize that I don't know enough about this, but whenever I've been on a commission before, so I know what it's like to be a volunteer and to dedicate your time and effort and energy to try to make a difference in the community, and then to have all your efforts not be rewarded or not be recognized, kind of is disappointing. So again, for the third time, I don't know the whole story here, but whatever the council can do, whatever you guys can do to try to work with the commission and the citizens of that neighborhood, please do what you can. I trust that you will, and hopefully everything will work out where everyone will benefit from this. So thank you for hearing me out. I appreciate it, and have a good evening.
Thank you, Manuel. Thank you for sharing. Now I'm going to close the session at this time, and the web, Councilman Turan, and then we'll have Ashley Golden and Emilio give us some additional information on this item. Councilman Turan.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you to all the speakers who called in on this item. This is obviously something that is needed throughout the city, but especially in the 5 Points neighborhood. And unfortunately, in hearing this out, looking at this item, looking through the staff report and speaking with staff, it pains me to see that this comes down to an issue of housing versus parks, and not department versus department, but rather need versus need. We absolutely need housing. We absolutely need open space, especially in an area like the 5 Points Northeast neighborhood that's been identified as being park deficient. And it's a very difficult place to be in because of that, because these are so incredibly great needs that benefit, that will benefit the neighborhood and the general community. I was actually, for full disclosure and context on this, I was on the Parks, Recreation, Community Services Commission back in 2017. And one of the steps of looking at these two parcels, 6 and 7, being earmarked or utilized as an open space or a park for that neighborhood. We even met with the CEO from the Boys and Girls Club, who had said that if this were to move forward as a park, there would be absolute opportunity for a public-private partnership with the Boys and Girls Club right across the street to help with maintenance of the park, to help with some training and skills building in the park and helping to maintain it. And it would just serve a great need for the community, for that clubhouse, for an area that is park deficient, as I mentioned. That being said, there's no question that open space is needed in this neighborhood. Each of the speakers mentioned it. I'm sure if we went to a 5 Points neighborhood council meeting, that's one of their top areas they would talk about, is the lack of open space and parks for their families. And as was mentioned, Plaza Park, not only is it not the traditional park you'd find, it's more of a gathering area or a community park versus a park you'd go to for passive recreation or a playground for kids. But there's also the fact that a family from 5 Points would have to cross Oxnard Boulevard to get to that park. A parcel that was used across Woolley also means they'd have to walk across Woolley to get to that park. We shouldn't be counting parks that are nearby as accessible to them when they have to cross main thoroughfares to get to it. And so I appreciate our Mayor Pro Tem's thoughts on looking at other parcels 4 and 5. The only reason I say that is because 6 and 7, it sounds like are fairly spoken for. I know Ms. Golden and Mr. Ramirez are going to speak to that in a second. The question I have on that after my comments here is, hypothetically, if this did not go forward tonight, what would happen? What are the next steps or the repercussions of that? If this is in our housing element, if this has been identified for as a housing site, what would happen after that if it were not to move forward? And also, if we were to come back and, I said this is housing, it seems like it's housing versus parks. I try to find solutions. How can we do both? Is there any alternative solutions to this where we can still have the much needed housing, but also find the open space? And I think Mayor Pro Tem's suggestion to study something for some other parcels that cannot be used for housing would be a really great opportunity for us to look at. the last thing I'll say is, and this is nothing against current staff, but being on the side of the commission when this originally came up, and not to badmouth former managers, but I'm highly disappointed as a council member, disappointed as a resident, disappointed as a former Parks and Recreation commissioner, that promises were made by management, former management, that could not be kept. I mean, when I look at this report and I look at how long this has been going on and how far the train is down the tracks and where we are now, I'm highly disappointed that this came back to the commission and they said, we're going to spend Measure O money to buy these, to purchase these plots and use them. Why were those promises made if we knew one day that there's no way that could come to fruition? Again, that's nothing against current staff. I'm just expressing my disappointment that that was allowed to happen and brought us to this point. So those are my comments, and I had posed a question around hypotheticals. What would happen if this does not move forward tonight? Thank you very much, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilman Tron. Ashley, you want to go on first, or Emilio?
Sure, I can address the question on what would happen if this was not approved tonight. And I can also speak to some of the history on the site if the council would so desire. But this site is identified in the housing element as site 16, which is actually your next item on the agenda this evening. So if this did not move forward, you would be removing approximately 100 units from your housing element in the low income and moderate income category. And actually, based on the zoning that we have out there and the current projects we have, we expect to see more than 100 units that could be produced here because there is no density maximum. So really, you'd be looking to make a modification in your next item to figure out where you can accommodate additional units. And we do have a deadline of submitting that next item by October 15th to HCD. As it relates to items, sites 4 and 5 that Mayor Pro Tem McDonald identified on slide 6. In our staff report that went to the commission on November 17th, we identified that we intended to surplus those sites. And in doing so, that would come back to the council to go through that surplus project. Sorry, everyone looks frozen on my side, so I was going to wait for a minute. And there's a fireworks show outside of my office at the moment. Hopefully some of you are still frozen. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So at the November 17th, 2020 meeting, we indicated that we intended to move forward with surplusing sites 4 and 5, but at the direction of council, we can put a pause on that process pretty easily. We have no mandate to surplus those within a certain time. What we can do is, do some study work on looking at identifying if a park can fit within those locations. But I did also want to speak to parcel 1 that Mayor Pro Tem raised. And we do have an ENA with many mansions for that site. Again, I'm referring to slide 6 in the PowerPoint. And the intent, and that was spelled out also in the November council agenda item, that the intent of that site would be to use as open space, and that they would be having that open space be open to the public. So that's a little over a 5,000 square foot lot. I know that's not equivalent to the size that the Parks Commission was looking at as it relates to those properties on 7th Street. But that is an opportunity to provide open space within this neighborhood, open to the public. So those are some viable options. And Councilmember Tron, as it relates to the 2017 action, council on the Measure O funding and the Housing Parks Grant application that went through, the staff report that went to the council at that time did also note the concerns of staff for the site. And it did talk about those funds being possible purchase because of all the kind of obstacles, if you will. This site has been in our previous housing element as well, and the one that will come before you the next evening. The zoning on the site has been for housing. As was mentioned by Mayor Pro Tem, the acquisition of the site was from redevelopment set-aside funds, which leads to the path also of affordable housing. So there's kind of been conflicting needs, as you've indicated in your comments, Councilman Tron, and I do think that there are ways that we can look to see how we can best meet the needs of the community and be creative in finding some additional open space and projects that are coming forth, both private projects as well as the remaining parcels that are there.
Thank you. Before we go to Councilman Perrella, we have Todd Moody. You'd like to share a couple of words? Todd?
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and council members. I also wanted to raise one legal consideration, and that is that the successor agency, who's the owner of the property, is in an exclusive negotiating agreement with the housing authority. And so if this did not move forward tonight, not much different could happen immediately, because the successor agency is only allowed to negotiate with the housing authority with regard to the sale of the property. So until that agreement ends, or if perhaps the housing authority assigned it to a different entity or somebody, then they could negotiate. But unless that happened, the successor agency can't talk to anyone else about it. Just wanted to make everyone aware of that.
Thank you. Just council members, Todd, as the attorney for the successor agency, just for information, and my apologies for that. Okay, Councilman Perrella.
Thank you. This is a good discussion, a lot of good points, a lot of good speakers, and realizing that there was an opportunity for someone to call in and allowing them to call in. I'm very grateful that Mr. Herrera called in and spoke his piece and was as honest as he was. I'd like to bring a couple of things to the council's mind and the public. This was approved on a 3-0 vote at the committee level. I believe the members of the committee are Tehran, Zaragoza, and McDonald. I don't know if these points, because they're not in the staff report, were brought up in the staff report. And I do appreciate the lobbying of individuals on this. I do recall being a member of the public way before being on this council. And Mayor Zaragoza may recall that also, when the Boys and Girls Club large grass field was sold for housing. There was a tremendous uproar in the neighborhood. And the recommendation was, well, they'll be able to go down 5th Street and get to the other side. And there was serious questions brought up by the residents that they didn't want their children crossing a line because different gang turfs. I remember being very shocked about that, but coming to find out it was true. The issues with respect to redevelopment, we will potentially, and to Mayor Pro Tem's credit, we'll potentially, if we don't act on this, lose this to the county and lose the ability to do something to benefit us. This is a taxing entity. Due to the abuses statewide, none specifically identified in Oxnard about redevelopment, it went away. And these are cleanup actions of redevelopment. With respect to promises made and Measure O money, it's obvious people did not pay very much attention to Measure O money. Measure O money has been committed years forward, and there is very little money available from each year's collection of Measure O money to do the things that are being claimed they were promised. I can tell you, as a council member serving under the past city manager, there were a lot of things that were not shared with the council. And to his credit, he didn't understand or know or share how bad the financial situation in the city was. So when people make the comment that, we were promised and feel disappointed, they probably were not as closely involved as they wish they would be now. They didn't understand, just like people on the council. I'm not in favor of this for specific reasons, which I brought up, but it's been explained. I don't like the idea of packing too many sardines into a can till it explodes. We're going to be putting more and more people in affordable housing in an area already over impacted. But we have state laws. And believe it or not, ladies and gentlemen, they count. You may disagree with them, you can work to change them, but they count. And I don't feel that my city should be taken on the state of California, especially when I'm being advised we'd lose.
Thank you.
I'm not done, Mayor. So with that, I would suggest something else. I do believe these people need a place to play. I do believe these people need a place for their children to grow up. I do believe that. Ms. Whitcomb's comments about doing something on the roofs, that's a creative idea. Mr. Portier and his work with getting a neighborhood council, I was involved with the work that Mr. Portier did to get the Dunes neighborhood council activated. Tremendous accomplishment. These guys have their heart in it. But I would throw a little bit, maybe left field. Maybe it's right on neighborhood council property lines. We recently learned that the Gold Coast property on Hayes is going to be sold. At one time, there was a lot of hope that that would turn to the water department and we could place more wells there. If that's an opportunity of a public entity unloading property, maybe the city of Oxnard can work a deal and we could do something with that piece of property. Other than that, I don't see that we have an option on this. We're stuck between a rock and a hard place. And again, this neighborhood will suffer. I don't know how we can accommodate a park unless we start doing things like eminent domain. And members of the council and members of the public, which properties do you want to do eminent domain on? Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Before we go to Council Basua, Todd, can we, if we approve this item today, and can we still work with the, or Ashley with the 5 points commissioners regarding the different parcels? Can we still continue working if we approve this item?
Yes, Mayor. I mean, as it relates to other available parcels or having discussions at the Park and Rec to identify creative solutions, that can be an ongoing discussion with the Parks Commission and quite frankly, the council. I mean, from a policy perspective, there are some questions that we can bring back to council as it relates to park acreage and parks per neighborhood. There's not actually an existing council policy that says that there needs to be a park per neighborhood. There is a requirement that there are 3 acres of park per 1,000 residents, which the city actually exceeds. And so there's a larger discussion to be had with the council that we can bring forward as well.
So we can, yeah, good. That way we can continue to follow the law with the successor agencies and go ahead and sell these parcels. Okay, Councilman Basua.
Thank you, Mayor. I greatly appreciate all the back and forth in regards to this subject. I do have a question. Councilmember Perallo mentioned that we don't have any other options if we don't approve this tonight. Based on the housing successor agency, should we have these 7 properties that are left, 4 and 5, we have no plans for. What happens what is the outcome if this does not get approved tonight? And I'm sure that the county isn't, I mean, it's a surplus property authority. So that's my question to the legal counsel.
Todd.
Well, nothing would immediately happen if this was not approved tonight. But there are some longer term considerations. As was mentioned, we're required to dispose of this property because it's part of the long range property management plan. So we have to get rid of it eventually. Now, it's subject to the Surplus Land Act, but we fall under an exception to that because we're in that exclusive negotiating agreement that I mentioned earlier. And that agreement, it will expire either late this year or early next year. I'm not sure of the precise date. But if that agreement expires without the purchase agreement being entered into, then the property would become subject to the Surplus Land Act. And then we have to, the city would have less control over what's done with it because then we'd have to go through the HCD process and be offered up to various agencies across the state to see what they want to do with it first and give them the opportunity to come forward with proposals. But if we were to enter into the purchase and sale agreement prior to the expiration of the exclusive negotiating agreement, then we'd continue to be exempt from the Surplus Land Act so long as this is actually sold by the end of 2022.
Thank you.
We would still have to go through the HCD if we wanted to sell it to somebody else, regardless. So I'm not quite sure if I understand what you just said in regards to that. In regards to the exclusive negotiating agreement, Ms. Golden, do we know when that expires?
Let me have Adam pull that up, just as a way of background too. So this came to the committee in November 10 of 2020, the ENA specifically. Council then approved that ENA on, came to council then on November 17th, 2020. Then it went to the oversight board and they approved that on November 18th of 2020. We submitted Department of Finance and got the approvals from them or no objections. And then it came back to committee, this purchase and sale price, or the second phase of this back on just the previous meeting, the September 14th, 2021. So it should be right in that time frame. But Adam, do you have the exact date of expiration on that?
I'm working on getting that right now.
Okay. Council member will be able to pull that up in our files and definitely provide the context for that in your decision making on that. But was Mr. Mooney's explanation of the difference between, because we're in the ENA versus having to go through the standard surplus process, clear?
Right. No, that is clear. We're definitely, I understand the ENA and I understand that we did agree to do this as a council, but where I'm having a bit of difficulty is I didn't realize that prior management had promised a park in this area. And I feel like I was blindsided with this item coming to us, not necessarily for the disposition of the property, but to hear the backstory that there was actually other things prior to me being on the council being discussed as what we were going to do with that land, and not having that disclosure is extremely frustrating for me. So I am totally, I want low income housing. It's what I do. I'm not against it, not at all. And I'm going to be honest, the parks, I would love to see our parks maintained at 100% before we add additional parks to our inventory. Show me that we can take care of our parks, we can water, we can take care of the equipment before we add additional parks to the inventory. But right now, I just feel that I was just blindsided by this. And it's really hard for me to swallow that as a policymaker. I would like to get a little bit more history on what was said by prior management before I make an informative decision regarding this property. And I understand the whole HCD. I don't think we have other options. And that's what I'm saying. It's not just our hands are tied, and if we don't do this now, there's nothing we can do. I don't believe that. I believe we have other options. Not to say that we shouldn't approve this, and it doesn't mean that I don't approve of this. I just wish I had more information prior to going into an ENA. And that's where my frustration is coming from. And those are my comments.
Thank you, Councilman. We have, Ashley, you want to share that before we go to Councilman Perrello?
Yeah, I mean, one part on the history, and I definitely understand the frustration and the details that, and I think that the Parks Commission, you can hear their frustration as well. The staff report again, though, from 2017 said they were going to allocate Measure O funds for the possible purchase of this property, understanding that this affordable housing opportunity site would need to identify a replacement site. Well, we're years later, we're 4 years later from that. We've gone through the housing element again, your next item, with all these public input sessions that you'll hear about in the next item, where this site has always continued to be an affordable housing site. And then in February of 2020, the council as a body deprogrammed the Measure O money that was there for the acquisition of the site. So by the time we as staff came to City Council in November of 2020, that decision to deprogram the Measure O was already happened. And that was discussed at the Measure O committee, and then again at the council on the weaning process of Measure O. So I can definitely accept that we didn't connect every piece in every conversation. I think that's where a lot of this conversation or a lot of this frustration is coming from. But each decision that was made even dating back to when this was put in the 2017 to put Measure O towards it, it was put with the caution of possible because of all these other items that needed to be worked through. And then when that final action came with the deprogramming of the Measure O in February of 2020, and it continued to be in the housing element discussion, we moved forward with acquiring this for the actual development and implementation of the policies being set within the housing element. So hopefully that provides a little bit of context on that.
Todd, do you want to add quick before we go to Perella, Councilman Perella?
I'm sorry, can I just
Oh,
interject?
I'm sorry.
No,
Yeah,
no,
I thought you were done.
Ms. Golden, should we table this tonight and allow the council to get a little bit more information in regards to this, and bring it back before the ENA expires? There is really no harm, no foul. Is that correct?
Todd, do you want to potentially answer that? Make sure I'm not missing anything. I would think, and Adam does now have the date on the ENA expiration.
Yeah, that's what I was going to answer as well. It expires on November 12th of this year. So if we were to sell it to somebody besides the housing authority, there's really not enough time because of the noticing requirements. Like was mentioned before, this had to be noticed in a newspaper of general circulation for 2 weeks, and reports had to be prepared and all that. And so it really takes quite a bit of time, backwards planning before it can be brought to council. And it's just,
no time.
There's just not sufficient time to negotiate a new agreement and have it properly noticed before it expires.
So Mr. Mooney, as a council, are we not allowed to extend that ENA?
No, you're not, because it expires. It could be amended perhaps, but that would require the approval of the county, the oversight board and the State Department of Finance. And again, that takes time that we just don't have. I mean, you're not forced to approve the purchase and sale agreement, but you also don't have many other alternatives to that either.
If we do not approve this item tonight, could we not enter into another ENA without having everything else? I'm not, what I think what I'm saying is, again, all this information came up. I personally feel blindsided, didn't have all the information. It's not that I am totally for low-income housing. It is needed in our city. I just need a little bit more time in order to make a decision that I feel is going to be fair for those people that were a part of this prior to me being on the council. And I am just looking for a little bit of more time.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Councilman Perella.
Thank you. Mayor, these are some of the best conversations and back and forth on the council. Some of the better ones since I've been on this council. It's been a while. I'm really grateful for this back and forth. I really am. I want to tell that to every member on the council. We may disagree on items, but I'm really grateful we're putting it out there. The public deserves no less. The comments that were made, I'd like to address what I am aware of. I am aware when I served in the INCF, the Your Neighborhood Council, there was a big issue with the Boys and Girls Club turning it into housing versus a park. What's the Boys and Girls Club in the area? I am aware that when I got on the city council under Assistant City Manager Karen Burnham, there were questions and there was not a lot of answers. I am aware that when Mr. Nyhoff came on board, there were some clashes with the chair of the Parks and Rec, Mr. Portier. I'm aware that there were discussions going on, and it seemed to be that Parks and Rec was trying to drive the city with respect to what would be done. And it was always kind of strange when the mayor at that time, Mr. Flynn, was kind of like, well, what are we doing here? Do we have the money to do these things? Can we make these promises? Can I promise them I'm buying all the Christmas presents when I haven't got a pot to pee in? I mean, what's going on? And then we find out the financial mess we're in. Councilman McDonald was on the council at that time. And I believe I'm correct in my statements. With respect to promises being made, This gets back to something that I asked at the very beginning of the meeting, having to do with minutes. Do we have minutes indicating there were promises made? Do we have minutes indicating of Measure O, Housing, Parks and Rec, City Council, Housing Authority, Successor Agency, indicating there were promises made? Those are called facts. If there's promises made between two individuals, that doesn't have the weight and authority of the elected officials going forward. Words matter. This is not the John Wayne shake hands and that you got a deal. This is the day and age of litigation. This is the day and age of things happen. And being blindsided, I can agree with Councilman Basua. She's asking some good questions. I'm a little blindsided when I'm hearing that there were promises made and I'm not aware of them. I believe I was on the council at the time. I didn't miss meetings. I did not miss meetings, and I caught hell for asking questions. I don't remember promises made or votes taken that would indicate this. This doesn't mean I'm all in favor of this thing, but I do remember going to war over the successor agency properties and was made very clear what would happen if we lost control of them and when our options would run out. Mr. Todd Mooney and I'm very fortunate he's here tonight. I'm surprised and I'm grateful because he can address these things. I wish that all the people on the council had the opportunity to be brought up to speed on the things that were going. But I do know that Measure O Oversight Committee made request after request after request about monies being spent in certain areas. But the body of the Measure O Oversight Committee has no weight in causing the action to take place. And when requests are made, and there was a comment that the assistant city manager used the word deprogrammed, I'd like to get an explanation of what that means. But there were directions because the city of Oxnard was catching heck from housing advocates and then the state that we didn't have enough housing. So decisions were made to go forward with the housing part of it, more housing. There's a reluctance to go real high with housing. But the concerns that I have, I want to speak directly to Councilman Basua. Councilman Basua, it does not feel good to be worked into a corner and have to make an 11th hour decision. I'm well aware of that. I feel for you on that because it sucks. It really does not taste good. And you feel like, how did I get blindsided? But when you do find out about the things that have taken place in the past, nobody hid the information that you're worked. You're between a rock and a hard place. And I believe I'm accurate on this. The other council member that's been here longer, he may, find that I'm inaccurate. And I hope that if I am, he corrects me. But some of the things that are going on right now, that gets to where documentation matters. Because if it goes to court and there's a fight, that's what they're going to take. They're going to take evidence, which is documentation, facts. Facts matter. Mayor, thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you. And I'm going to go with Councilman Teran and then Lopez, and then I'm going to ask Todd a question here. Councilman Teran, because we have a couple of 3 other items that we have to look at. But Teran, go ahead, and then Councilman Lopez.
Thank you, Mayor. And I realize I already spoke. I'm willing to allow Councilwoman Lopez.
No, go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Lopez, and thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to bring light to and clarify that when we're talking about promises here, that I'm looking at the staff report that from what was approved on November 14th, 2017 by the then council. And that was the time I was on the Parks, Recreation, Community Services Commission. And we had $1.3 million of HCD, or Housing Community Development, grant money. That could have, if I recall correctly, we could have easily had that just be spread out to a number of different needs throughout the city. However, the Parks and Recreation Commission advocated for it being used at parks that were in need of more equitable improvements and services. And high on that list was Durley Park, which received $500,000 for a new playground. Also on that list was a 5 Points property acquisition. However, what ended up happening, as I see here in this report, $278,000 were set aside out of Measure O to keep that 5 Points property on approval, even though it couldn't come out of the HCD grant. So I hope that I can clarify when I say that promises are made. The Parks and Recreation Chair and the Commission had conversations with management at the time about this. It was allowed to move forward. It was allowed to go onto a staff report. It was allowed to come before council, and it was voted on and approved as stated here. Now in the staff report, when you dig into it, as Ms. Golden pointed out, it said potential. Okay, great. Well, that's all in the details. When you sign a contract, when you get something, you got to read the details. But I want to point out that from a commission perspective, from the community perspective, it looks to me as if this is something that would be moving forward. Now, I only say that to say that where I stand now as a council member, having this come forward, hearing my colleagues say that they feel blindsided, I can appreciate that. When I started talking with staff about this earlier this week, well, it's Tuesday, but when we started talking about this after hearing from members of the community and the commission about this, I can see that there's a lot more that was going on than meets the eye. And it's nothing that was not hidden behind the scenes. It was there in the details. It's just unfortunate to me. My disappointment is in if this couldn't have happened because of what was going to happen at this site. I just wish that it would have, I hate to say, I wish it would have never been put in that staff report or suggestion to begin with. Should have been stated back then, this can't happen at that site. I'm sorry, and here's why. And lastly, just to clarify something for the Housing Committee, I'm actually not on that committee. I serve on Finance and Governance. I just wanted to make that clear. This went to the Housing Committee, not to the committee I serve on. And thank you for the extra time, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilman Lopez.
Thank you, Mayor, and I do also appreciate this this dialogue and the information. Certainly, a lot of information to process, and I do want to acknowledge how insightful it is to have the experience from Councilmember Teran, having been on the commission at the time that these discussions took place. I did have a conversation with Ms. Angela Wycombe yesterday about this, and I do see that, and I did mention to her the value in having commissioners in the various CAGs who are engaged in a lot of these discussions and needs in the city, and what their role is in advising and working, with the council to move things forward. And so, after hearing, I think all the information that has been very, very informative, both from the presentation, the pre-recorded presentation, and the answers to the questions from Mr. Mooney. What I'm concerned about is, if based on the timelines and understanding the limitations in the process, I'm concerned about delaying this even further. That would even keep us from doing either bringing the affordable housing or even putting a park in these sites. So that's what I have in mind right now in having this discussion and how we can move forward in a way that meets both needs, both in the housing needs and the open space that our community very much needs and desires. So thank you.
Thank you. And Councilmember, that's exactly what I was gonna, thinking about, what I was gonna ask Todd, his recommendation, because we have not just the city of Oxnard, but we have numerous other agencies in the successor agency program for that also it's important that we make a decision. There's a lot of things that are intertwined here, and one of the questions that I asked Ashley initially, if we approve this item, can we go ahead and talk about the other parcels later on for 5 Points that I think that potentially we can continue looking at, maybe for a location for a pocket park, for that neighborhood. And so my question, I'm starting to see Councilman Perla, I was going to ask Todd for his recommendations on this item. Councilman Perla?
Yes, I did ask a question, and I hope the assistant city manager can answer it. What did she mean when she used the word deprogram? And I believe that will give some insight from park to housing. I believe.
Yes, thank you. Sorry for not addressing that sooner, council member. When the weaning off of Measure O discussion came to City Council did agree to remove the funding that was allocated for the acquisition of this site. So there is no longer Measure O funding set aside for the acquisition of this site.
Thank you very much for explaining that. I hope that helps.
So, council members, we have had quite a bit of discussion on this item, and Todd, being the attorney for the successor agency, what would be your recommendation, and potentially talking to Ashley about maybe considering if we approve this item tonight, that we continue working with a measure, with the 5 points on a couple of other sites, for a pocket park.
No, Mayor, I hesitate to give a recommendation. I'd rather just sort of lay out what I think are the council's options
Okay.
at this point. And I think one option is to approve the purchase and sale agreement. And then it would be up to the county oversight board and the DOF if they wanted to concur with that and have the sale go through to the housing authority. That's one option. The other option is to not approve it tonight. And you could either reschedule this hearing to be sometime before the expiration of the exclusive negotiating agreement, for example, in 2 weeks. You could do that. Our notice permits that to be for the hearing to be continued if you wanted to do that. But then you'd face the same question in 2 weeks that you face tonight: is do you want to move forward with the housing authority or not? And the other basic option you have is to not approve it and let the ENA expire, and then go through the Surplus Land Act process and work through that, see what other proposals come forward, and just deal with it sometime in the future.
If Ashley, if we go with option 3, then do we lose all that housing we were talking about? Or Mr. City Manager?
Let me have Emilio address that. He's more up to speed on the surplus provisions and the process that we would have to go through with that.
Emilio, can you?
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Emilio Ramirez, Housing Director. The answer is involved, and forgive me for that. If we don't approve the purchase and sale agreement and the ENA expires, then the property stays under the ownership of the successor agency, and the successor agency is then subject to the Surplus Land Act. The Surplus Land Act has within it a preference, a desire to produce more affordable housing. And so it has to go through a process to make its properties first available for the production of affordable housing, which the Housing Authority can respond to as a developer or someone that would produce affordable housing. So that's something that would have to happen. And that's what's going to happen relative to parcels 4 and 5. We're going to have to process that Surplus Land Act process. I don't know right now, and maybe Todd can help me to answer the question. If we go through the process to go through the Surplus Land Act and therefore have to undertake a affordable housing preliminary preference, then can the Housing Authority as a public agency claim it off of that list first, or does it have to compete with the other potential buyers of affordable housing development? That's a question, which I don't know the answer to right now.
Well, the answer to that is, if it does go through the Surplus Land Act process, then the Housing Authority would have to wait its turn, unlike now where it has the exclusive right to negotiate for these properties.
So that would mean that we the Housing Authority would be one of a variety of many different potential buyers to produce affordable housing. So that would be the answer there. There is another option, Mayor and Council, that we could undertake that in addition to what Todd presented. And that is this. We have, if we approve the purchase sale agreement, then the obligation is to close escrow on the property acquisition by the end of 2022. So we have essentially a year to effectuate that purchase and sale agreement and close that escrow. During that time, we could be working on a way that causes a mixed use of the site that incorporates a public park kind of use, community center, et cetera. It has always been the intent that the site at 7th is going to be a mixed use project where the non-housing component is a neighborhood serving function. And that neighborhood serving function, maybe we can identify a way that incorporates a function that would be amenable to what has been discussed. And so that could be undertook during this period of a 1 year before we had to close escrow.
So Emilio, excuse me then. So you said if we go ahead and we consume the purchase, open escrow, that we can amend that escrow during that time to work with the mixed use.
No, I'm not saying that we can amend the escrow. I'm saying that the obligation to close the escrow is the end of 2022.
Okay.
And so we don't have an obligation to essentially close the escrow right away. We don't have to do it in January, which gives us a year to work on the scale or design of the development that produces affordable housing and some community serving function that could potentially meet both purposes, because we have that 1 year to close escrow.
Oh, good. Okay, good. Councilman Basua.
Thank you, Mayor. I do have a question, either from Ms. Golden or Mr. Ramirez. The general plan you mentioned, what does it call for in this area?
The zoning is for the newer zoning that council adopted for the downtown, which has an unlimited density on this. So it removed what the original zoning had, the AH designation. When this first conversation came with Parks and Rec Committee, that was the all affordable housing designation. Then in the summer of 2019, council adopted the new downtown code, which removed that designation, but then was still in the housing element as a affordable housing site. So that part has been continuous in the existing housing element site, as well as the one that will come before you as your next item.
Okay, so regardless, I hope my frustration to staff is, when you come to us with ENAs, I'd like to have the whole story as a whole. Don't like to come in here being blindsided. But reality is that the housing element within the general plan has this for low income housing. The Surplus Land Act, even if we don't approve it, says that we have to offer it to low income housing. So regardless, we're not going to get a park in this area. We can try to, like Mr. Ramirez said, try to design a community room, try to design something, but based on what I'm hearing and what I know, it's going to go to low income housing. Is that pretty much what I sense and what I can tell?
For these two sites in particular, yes. For the other parcels that Mayor Pro Tem raised in the beginning, although they're owned by the successor agency, when we looked at them to develop as affordable housing, they're not in a configuration without acquiring additional sites and without redevelopment being part of the equation anymore, which when they originally acquired them, obviously it would have been easier to assemble parcels. Without that tool, again, as Mr. Emilio or Mr. Ramirez laid out, when we do surplus those, if we do surplus those, they go to HCD and affordable housing developers first, but their size and configuration, they're not that easy to put the type of and scale of affordable housing that we're talking about for these parcel 6 and 7 that are before you this evening. So there's ability to study those other ones further. But these ones, I think all signs indicate that they're most suited for affordable housing through the past policies that have been set here at council, as well as at the state level, and even that more recent Surplus Land Act update that happened a couple years ago.
You know,
Todd, do you have it?
I want to thank the Park Commission for all the wonderful work they've done. And this is a hot mess, like my daughter would say. It is pretty obvious. And I thank the staff member, Mr. Mooney. I thank you for all the information that you have given us. With that being said, I don't see any other option for the council to take but to approve this tonight. So with that being said, I'm going to make a motion to go ahead and approve the recommended actions, Mayor.
Mr. Mayor, can
Okay, hold on.
I please interject? I want to be clear. I want to get a question to Mr. Mooney. Is it this deadlocked, or is it at all possible that this can change course?
Mr. Nguyen, the under the what's being brought forward to the council tonight, the purchase and sale agreement, the grant deed requires that the property be used for affordable housing. And if it were sold to the housing authority, it's a housing authority. It needs to build housing. Perhaps there could be an incidental park use, but there's under the deed restrictions and under the housing authority's reason for being, there's no way this could be totally a park if it were to be sold to the housing authority. It would need to at most just have an incidental park use in addition to affordable housing.
And if it were somehow sold to someone else?
Well, if it were sold to someone else, and that would likely be through the Surplus Land Act process, that we still might be constrained if the property was acquired using housing funds, because then it'd be required to be used for housing.
Right. What if it's not acquired with housing funds?
Yeah, I don't have information on whether or not it is. I mean, I wasn't a part of the purchase, so I just don't know if it was purchased with housing funds. But if it were, I mean, there are ways around that where the money that would be received, if it were placed back into affordable housing funds, then the sales proceeds were used for affordable housing, and it would sort of free up the property and make it unrestricted. But the problem here is that the money is not all coming back to the city. The city only gets a portion of it. The vast majority of the money is spread out to other taxing entities throughout the county. And so you wouldn't be able to fully repay the housing obligation to the city's coffers. So I don't know if it's even possible to unwind it if it is currently an affordable housing restriction because of the money that was used to buy it.
About 49,000 or so, I think, is right.
Right, but are you also suggesting there's not a mechanism to pay it back?
No, I don't think it, I think you could be paid back partially, but not fully. And if it's not only paid back partially, I don't know if that releases it from the housing obligation. I don't think it does.
Okay.
Just to clarify on that one too, Todd, I think the question paid back, I mean, Measure O, general fund, other monies, can those pay back the fund to complete the obligation? Or just from this source of transaction, are you saying?
I'm saying from this particular transaction, if housing money was used to purchase the property, that's housing money that was expended for housing. If that money no longer leads to housing, then needs to be paid back. Mm-hmm. And it probably needs to be paid back in full, not just 19.6% or whatever it would be if the city were to give up its portion.
Yep. Okay, so we have first by Councilman Basua. When do we have a Councilman Perrello? Then Perrello.
I'll second the motion if Councilmember Basua will go along with a friendly amendment. The mayor has suggested pocket parks. I second this motion, but I would like to have an amendment that we have in the future, a presentation about median parks. The area is zoned for median parks also, which is a big difference from pocket parks. But other than that, I second this. And I'd like to share with the council that city would get 19% because of all the partners we've got of whatever they cut the pie, 19%. Mr. Mooney, correct me if I'm wrong.
You're not wrong.
So council members, this is actually a three entity action tonight. And the first motion to be taken is the motion for the recommended action by the successor agency.
So, so we got a first and a second. Councilman Tehran, you want to share before we vote?
One question, Mayor, was
Yes.
the original maker of the motion for all three, or she wanted to do it in 1/3? I was under
Well,
the
we need to
assumption
take,
it's
we
all
need,
three.
for clarity, we need to take these motions one at a time, and
Individually.
each entity we're asking adopt its own motion. So the first motion is the successor agency. That's item the first recommendation under item J1.
And then the housing and then city council.
Correct.
So this is for the successor agency. So, so we have
Mr.
a
Mayor.
motion and a second for the successor agency. And Councilman Tehran, you want to share anything before we continue?
I believe the city manager was going to interject real quickly.
After you, sir.
Thank you. Just real quickly, thank you for the first and second, and now this is discussion. First, did Councilwoman Basua, did you accept the amendment offered by Councilmember Perillo?
Yes, I will accept that amendment.
Okay, thank you. And I just wanted to state as part of discussion for this before we vote, again, I really I want to thank the commissioners and the members of the public who've taken great interest in this for reasons of equity, for reasons of access, for reasons of environmental justice, for all of those incredibly important reasons for this neighborhood that has many challenges and many needs, and we have opportunity to address some of those now and in the future. But moving forward with this, Mayor Pro Tem at the very top of this discussion brought up the idea of looking at some of the parcels that are not on this item tonight and investigating having those looked at as possible uses if they can't be used for housing, using them as some kind of open space or parkland, something for that community. And just as part of this discussion, before we move forward and vote, I'm hoping that staff, I imagine, has heard that loud and clear. I thought it was an important idea. I fully agree with it. As I said at the beginning, this is two needs versus each other, housing versus parks and open space. I hope there's a way we can find both for this neighborhood and for our community. So I, again, want to thank everybody, and I hope our commissioners really understand that the work you're doing, all volunteer, and the amount of effort and dedication you put into this is fully appreciated. And I want to thank you for it. I've been on that side of it, and I hope that you know that your efforts here are fully seen and fully appreciated. So thank you very much, Mayor.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And they should be commended for their work. Thank you so much. So we have a.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, sir.
if I can just have a little bit more discussion, please. Because a couple of things in listening to this very robust discussion, which that aspect of it I do appreciate. I'm not happy about how this is unfolding here, though. So a couple comments I want to make. One is I've heard a few people say promises made by past management. And I just want to be really clear to everybody. Management cannot make promises and bind the city like this on these issues. It shouldn't happen. It can't happen under my administration. It won't happen. But if anyone tells you a prior manager made a promise, that was, if it was true, it's inappropriate. So that's one thing I want to be clear. Number two is in looking at the situation we're in, I mean, unfortunately, while as Councilmember Tehran states, it's a struggle between two significant needs. What makes it worse is it's the state that has the big stick over this. If it were only up to us, we would have had a lot more room to maneuver. But going back to, again, back to what the Mayor Pro Tem suggested, as I look at, and I don't know, by the way, if on slide 6, if this is purely representational, but visually it looks like lot 4, parcel 4, is about as big as the other two combined. Is that accurate? I just want to get a sense. And if that's the case, is it not possible for the council to just give us direction to proceed with that as a park? I'm
Alex,
asking
just-
staff here.
So Alex, on that slide 6, you are right that they're about the same, but the intent with the Parks Commission was actually to take the remainder of that block, not just those 2 parcels. It's just that those 2 parcels are the ones held by the successor
Right.
agencies.
And
Sorry.
I'm sorry, who holds the remaining parcels?
One is privately held, and then Amelia or Adam, can you help me out if the other one's owned by the city? So
The
city owns
the last.
City owns 1 privately held, and then 7 and 6 are held by the successor agency.
Okay. All right.
So we can add that to.
So if you go back to number 4, is that possible for housing?
Our recommendation to council back in November was that it was not well suited for affordable housing from the density and perspective that we were looking at it, and indicated that we would be surplusing that. As we discussed with the surplus tonight, it still has to be offered for affordable housing and go through the recommended approvals at Oversight Board, Department of Finance, surplus process and whatnot. So it is prioritized still for affordable housing based on state policies.
Okay. All right, because I'm not comfortable pushing this forward if the council as a body is not comfortable, in part because this has been from everything I've heard, this has been an ongoing saga for many, many years. And while if a prior council didn't make a commitment, and certainly the management couldn't have, then this council should have the freedom to do as it sees appropriate. So I want to find a way for the council to make a decision that they can all be happy with here, versus feeling like they were blindsided or stuck, trapped into a corner by staff. That's not appropriate either.
So your recommendations that we look at the 2 parcels. Okay, Perello followed by Basua.
Yes, the motion as it stands is a report presentation on median parks. Would that encompass versus singling out one parcel over another right now?
Councilmember, what is the word that you're using? Median?
Yeah, median parks.
As opposed to park pocket.
It's a very specific term used in the planning. And I had an opportunity when I was in a foreign country recently to see some tremendous examples of it used in areas that I wish to Christ I would like to see here. But I mean, if we're going to pick, my concern is we're getting a little bit off subject, and I appreciate the city manager. But if we're now going to start talking about, okay, we're going to use 5 and 6 or 1 and 5 or 4 and 2 and 1 and 3. I mean, that's not what the staff recommendation was.
I understand, but it's not the staff's decision. So I want to make sure that we have a good decision-making process here. And clearly we have failed at that in how we've presented this. So I'm trying to salvage this so that you're comfortable with whatever decision you end up with.
So are you saying that we look at this 2 parcels for the potential park?
Well, I want to ask staff if that's even a possibility.
Yeah. Is it a possibility, Ashley, or?
Yes, I mean, we can study, how they could fit their potential layouts. It's still subject to the Surplus Land Act, and it's still surplus to the disposition process outlined for the successor agency, which requires oversight board. And Mr. Mooney can walk through all those steps more properly, but it's possible to study, but we are not the ultimate decision body on some of these items because of who owns the property and because of the disillusionment with redevelopment. But Todd, if you want to lay out any of those, I guess, who has the ultimate authority on that and that process, again, we can go through that.
Okay, I guess I've sort of hinted at it earlier, but yeah, if property were declared or surplus, then it would be offered through the regular Surplus Land Act process, and the people have the opportunity to bid. The city would make, I guess in this case, the successor agency would make the decision about whom they want to sell the property to, and then that would be subject to review by the Oversight Board and the Department of Finance. So that's the basic process for the property that's not subject to exclusive negotiation agreements.
So there's no guarantees that we can make it into a park.
That's right.
There's no guarantees, right?
That's right.
Okay. Councilman Basua?
Thank you, Mayor. I want to thank the city manager for even trying to salvage this, but based on the Land Acquisition Act, the Surplus Land Act, there is no way that we as a council can say this is going to be a park, because it will go up through an RFP, I believe is going to be the process, and allow people to come in and say what they would want to do with the property. Low income housing obviously will be a preference. So I would hate to sit here today and say, yes, let's look at making these a parks, when in reality, it probably will not happen. I appreciate the conversation, lesson learned here. I hope, please continue to bring the whole history to the council in order to avoid these discussions. But I am more than comfortable at this point. There is really not much that we can do as a council at this point. The only thing we can really do is say, we're not going to build 200 plus low income housings, which me personally, I do not want to do that, because we all know how much need we have in Oxnard for this type of properties. So I thank you all for taking the time to listen to me, but I am comfortable at this point. There's not much, again, that we can do or that we should promise.
Okay, so your motion is then to approve the recommendation to the successor agency, and then second by Perrello.
Yes.
Councilman Perrello, you okay?
With the friendly amendment that was accepted, a presentation report on median parks, which is much different, Mayor, than you had recommended a pocket park. That's why I'm asking for that,
Okay.
because a pocket park is like a penny compared to a 50-cent piece. Thank you.
Okay, so,
I will accept that.
okay, then, so roll call.
Mayor Zaragoza,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McDonald,
Aye.
Councilmember Perrello,
Yes.
Councilmember Lopez,
Yes.
Councilmember Madrigal,
Aye.
Councilmember Basua,
Aye.
Councilmember Turan,
Yes, and I'd like to state for the record, this is a yes to housing, which is desperately needed. It's not a no to the park. Thank you very much.
Commissioner Andrade.
Yes.
Madam
Yes.
Clerk, this is the successor agency motion
not the housing yet.
on J1, the first recommendation. So this is the successor agency.
We're going to housing next.
So only
There's going to be,
council,
there
only
are
housing.
three different actions, one for each of the legislative bodies. So this is the successor agency.
The house is gonna be next. Mhm.
Thank you. Motion passes 7-0. Thank you.
Thank you. So now we're going to proceed to the second recommendation of this item, and we'll entertain a motion to approve the second recommended action by the Housing Authority. This is where the Housing Authority gets to approve, to vote.
I will move that recommended action.
Okay, first by Councilman Basua,
I'll
Second.
second it.
second by Councilman Perrello. Roll call.
I'm sorry, I heard a second by Councilmember Lopez.
I'm sorry, when,
Councilmember Vianney Lopez, did you second the motion?
I think we both did at the same time, both council members. It's fine though.
I'll let Ms. Lopez go. Defer to the
okay.
lady.
Thank you.
Second by Councilman Lopez.
Okay.
Roll call.
Councilmember Basua,
Aye.
Councilmember Madrigal,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem McDonald,
Aye.
Councilmember Tehran,
Yes.
Councilmember Lopez,
Yes.
Councilmember Perillo,
Yes.
Commissioner Andrade,
Yes.
Mayor Zaragoza.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes 8-0. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, and I'll proceed to the third recommendation for this item, and I'll entertain a motion to approve the third recommendation action by the Oxnard City Council.
So moved.
Okay, moved by, I'm sorry, by whom?
Me, Brian.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem. Okay, and second?
Second.
Second by Madrigal. Roll call?
Okay, so we have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem McDonald and a second by Councilmember Madrigal. And this is for the City Council. Councilmember Madrigal,
Aye.
Councilmember Lopez,
Yes.
Councilmember Tehran,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McDonald,
Aye.
Councilmember Basua,
Aye.
Councilmember Perillo,
Yes.
Mayor Zaragoza.
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0. Thank you.
Thank you. Really good discussion. Our next item is a public hearing, October the 5th, 2021 City Council, item J2, adoption of the 2021-2029 housing element. And this is a time and place is set for a public hearing on this item J2, community development. Subject adoption of the 2021-2029 housing element text, and map changes to the general land use element, zone map amendment, and 5 Oxnard City Council code zone text amendments related to the 2021-2029 housing element. And the recommendation of the City Council: 1, conduct a public hearing; 2, approve an initial study and mitigated negative declaration, IS/MND number 202101, and 3, adopt a resolution adopting 2021-2029 final housing element housing element update to replace its entirety of the current 2013-2021 housing element, Chapter 8 within the 2030 General Plan, PZ number 2062003, with revisions listed under the City of Oxnard final housing element errata number 1, and text map changes to the general plan land use element PZ numbers 21-62002 and 21-620-03 related to the amendment and adoption of the 2021-2029 housing element. And 4, approve a resolution approving the zoning map amendment PZ number 21-580-04 to change the zoning designation on 106 parcels to be consistent with supplement 1 of the final housing element and facilitate construction of housing units as stipulated on the final housing element. And 5, introduce the following 5 ordinances for the first reading by title only, waiving further readings, PZ 21580-03, and A, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Oxnard to repeal the All Affordable Housing Opportunity Program, AHHOP, and replaces regulations with the newly created Affordable Housing Permit, AHP, and Affordable Housing Discretionary, AHD, additive zone definitions, designations, and regulations in OCC section 16-420A and through 16-420K, and B, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Oxnard amending the general commercial zone permitted related uses in OCC section 16135 and 16136, and C, ordinance of the City of Oxnard, City Council of the City of Oxnard amending the business and research park BRP zone permit uses in OCC section 16-162 and 16163, And D, ordinance of the city council of the city of Oxnard amending the density bonus ordinance approval authority and appeal provision in OCC section 16-410. And E, an ordinance to the city council of the city council to the city of Oxnard, creating a ministerial site plan review process, OCC section 16-523 through 16 or 16523.12, and to direct the city staff to finalize the noted revisions in ARETA number 1 and incorporate 2021-2020 housing element into the 2030 general plan on chapter 8 of the goals and policies document, incorporated zone code text amendments into the OCC, and forward the 2021-29 housing element to the State of California Department of Housing and Community Development, ACD, for certification. And we start off with the city clerk's certification and publication and any written communications, if any, on this, Madam Clerk.
Mayor, there was a legal notice for this public hearing published in the Vida newspaper on September 23rd, 2021. And the city clerk's office has received written communications on this item, and it has been forwarded to council for their consideration.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. A video presentation regarding this item was posted in accordance with Measure M. Community Development Director Vito Adamontes will provide a brief introduction regarding this item, and staff is available to answer any brief clarifying questions council members may have before we take any public testimony on this item. Council will deliberate after the public hearing has been closed. Any questions, council members? Okay. Anyway, the Vito will be available to clarify any questions by city council. I'm now going to open the public hearing portion of this item. Members of the public were invited to sign up to speak on this item on the city website. And a person who did not sign up may do so now by following the instructions posted on the agenda for this meeting in the city's website, oxnard.org/city.meetings. And speakers have 3 minutes to speak on this item. Madam Clerk, do we have any speakers on this item?
Yes, Mayor, we have 7 public speakers so far for this public hearing.
Okay, thank you. And now I'm going to call on this public speakers. And there's no other speakers on the staff to respond to any questions. Excuse me, if there are no other speakers on this item. What's that?
Mr. Mayor.
So then I'm going to take the speakers at this time. So we have the first speaker is Suki Sandhu, followed by Christy Turner. Suki, Sandhu, followed by Christy Turner.
Mr. Suki Sandhu?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, sir, you have 3 minutes to speak. Thank you for your patience.
Yes, sir. I'm the owner of 2 lots. Lot on 1227 and 1239 South C Street. Both lot combines about 0.98 acre, almost 2 acre. On 2017 City Council meeting, resolution number 15060, both these lots were assigned as a R3. The current zoning as of this date is for 24 units. And I was not communicated by a city. I've been working with the city for the last 4 or 5 years, and they've been telling me that I should do R2 zoning on this properties because their general plan does not call for R3. It's conflicting with the housing element. The general plan is conflicting. You know, my simple question is, when the councilman approved this lot for R3 zoning, city should just let me do it. But they asked me to do R2 zoning, so I've been working them for the last 4 years. And recently, no communication with me, and they took my lot out of R3 and putting into R2. So all I'm requesting to city councilman and the mayor and the city staff, leave my lot alone the way they are and let me have the R3 zoning and give me the choice I will work with the city whether to do R2 development or R3 development. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Christy Turner, followed by Jackson Piper.
Ms. Turner, you may unmute by pressing *6. Christy Turner. Ms. Turner, if you could please unmute by pressing *6. Mayor, we can come back to Ms. Turner.
Okay, okay. The next speaker would be Jackson Piper, followed by Tom Cohen.
Mr. Jackson Piper?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, thank you. You have 3 minutes to speak.
Thank you. Thank you to members of the City Council and city staff that are present. My name is Jackson Piper. I'm not a resident of the city of Oxnard, but I am heavily involved with Ventura County YIMBY, which is an activist group that works throughout Ventura County to get better housing built and push for better housing in our cities because we really desperately need it. And I'm here to lend my support today for this housing element update. You know, it is honestly not perfect, but no housing element update is going to be. This is a big step towards the housing development that is needed in Oxnard, and is definitely sets a example for the rest of Ventura County to follow. I'm very happy with the work that was done based on what the Housing Community Development Department of the state recommended to improve this housing element. And I imagine if they have other concerns to be addressed, they will let you know and give you time to work on that. But as it stands, I believe this is a very good step towards meeting housing needs in Oxnard. And I hope that you approve all of the motions before you tonight. Thank you.
Okay, so our next speaker is Jackson Piper.
I'm going to unmute you now.
Okay, thanks.
Mayor, we're going to try Christy Turner one more time.
Okay.
Christy Turner, are you there?
Okay.
Perfect.
Yes.
You have 3 minutes to speak. Thank you for your patience.
Okay, thank you. My name is Christy Turner, and I've been a realtor in the Ventura County for 18 years, and I represent Suki, who was the last speaker. He's brought to my attention and up to speed on the current situation in regards to his 2 parcels. In 2017, the 2 parcels located on C Street, the addresses he mentioned, were added to the housing market under R3. Both properties combined are just under 1 acre, which is about 43,000 square feet, 0.98 acres. We recently learned that it was removed by mistake without the owner's knowledge. Before learning they had been removed, Suki contacted the city to start his development project. He was misguided and discouraged by the city and was told it would cost a lot and take a long time to get the R3, and that he should just move forward with R2 zoning. So he then drew up the plans to build R2 to later learn what had happened. Kathleen mentioned projects that were chosen were lots that allowed for larger projects than what Suki had submitted for approval in 2018 under R2. Had the opportunity not been dropped by mistake, Suki would have been able to make a better informed decision, and the city would have probably seen that it was R3. So we're requesting, like he mentioned, the 2 parcels be added back to the housing element project, and also that the property be reverted back to R3 zoning as it was in 2017. I appreciate your time.
Thank you. Okay, Tom Cohen, followed by Paul Sheehan. Tom Cohen.
Okay. Okay.
Hello.
Madam Clerk, you muted.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Cohen?
Hello.
Yes, you have 3 minutes to speak. Go ahead, please.
Thank you very much. And good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is Tom Cohen. My partner and I are currently working on processing 3 multifamily communities in the city, 2 of which are 100% affordable, and one of those will be all seniors. And we have a 3rd project that it will be a mixed income community. The housing element has identified all 3 properties for the uses that we're proposing, which we are most grateful for, both to city staff who we've worked very closely with over the last 2 years, the Planning Commission in recommending the housing element that's before you, and we also thank the City Council for your efforts in updating the housing element. And it's really essential that we are providing more opportunities for the type of housing we're talking about and serving all income levels that are needed. So we are in full support and ask that you approve staff and the Planning Commission's recommendations and adopt the various other measures, the general plan amendment, the zoning text amendment that will help implement the housing elements goals and policies. Again, thank you very much and appreciate the opportunity to address you this evening.
Yeah, thank you, Tom. The next speaker is Paul Sheehan, followed by Mark Pettit.
Hello?
Yes, Mr. Sheehan, you have 3 minutes to speak.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, Mayor Zaragoza, Mayor Pro Tem McDonald, council members and city staff. My name is Paul Sheehan. I'm a local architect, and our firm Dyer Sheehan Group has been providing land use and entitlement consulting services in Oxnard and throughout Ventura County for more than 25 years. Over the past 15 months, we've worked closely with Gold Coast Transit District to assist them in identifying a politically viable and financially feasible strategy for redevelopment of the site of their former headquarters at 301 East 3rd Street. Gold Coast's overall goal is to provide a new multifamily residential rental community and a corresponding ongoing income stream for the district on this nearly 3-acre site, which is included on the city's proposed housing element sites inventory map. The timing of our work has directly dovetailed with the housing element update process. And as a result, we've had the opportunity for ongoing interaction with city planning staff regarding multiple aspects of both the housing element update and the potential redevelopment of the Gold Coast site. We participated in most of the public meetings related to the housing element update and have found the process to be exceptionally transparent and city staff highly proactive, both in seeking and responding to the wide variety of comments and concerns expressed by the various stakeholders and the public in general. I want to sincerely thank city staff and its consultants, particularly Kathleen Mallory and Scott Kolwitz and Heather Davis of Rincon Consultants, for their ongoing assistance and courtesy and dedication throughout this process. As a design and development professional with more than 4 decades of experience in planning and land use issues, I can assure you that the 2021 to 2029 housing element, the corresponding revisions to the general plan land use element, and the proposed amendments to the city zoning coded map are well thought out and highly comprehensive. And I strongly urge City Council support and approval of this good work here this evening. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Mark Pettit, followed by Barbara Mackey-Ortiz.
Yes, Mayor, we received a message from Mr. Mark Pettit. Unfortunately, he was not able to stay on the line. However, he wanted council to know that he supports the housing element and he wanted to compliment staff for all their work on this document. Thank you, Mark Pettit. And that written comment was forwarded to council as well. Our next speaker is Ms. Barbara Macri-Ortiz.
Thank you.
Hello.
Hi, Barbara. You have 3 minutes to speak.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, Mayor Zaragoza, Mayor Pro Tem McDonald, and council members. My name is Barbara Macri-Ortiz, and I trust you got the letter that I sent. First, I wish to summarize the request that's contained in that letter. I'm asking that section 16-420D, paragraph C of the proposed ordinance be changed to allow for a DDR permit for AHD parcels. The ordinance requires that an SUP be secured. The problem with this is that to develop an AHD parcel, you have to provide at least 20% lower income units. Thus, these units are protected by the Housing Accountability Act. Under that act, there are only 5 reasons that can support a denial of a project. In other words, if the city cannot make one of the findings under the act, the project must be approved. The SUP process requires that the Planning Commission make 4 affirmative findings in order to approve a project. But these findings have no place under the act. Thus, it is inappropriate to require an affordable housing project on an AHD site to submit to a hearing of the Planning Commission to secure an SUP when the Commission, in fact, cannot deny the project, even if it cannot make the affirmative findings required to receive approval of an SUP. We should not put a burden on the Planning Commission to do something that is contrary to state law, nor require the developer to incur the time and expense of going through a process that is irrelevant. Please just require a DDR permit. Okay, I want to say for the record, I have been involved in the housing element process in Oxnard for all the housing element cycles since 1990, and I can honestly say that the process this year was the best I have experienced. I wish to thank Catherine Mallory and her team for engaging the Affordable Housing Committee and listening to what we have had to say. I am not saying that there was agreement on everything, but I think we have a good starting point to move our housing objectives forward. It remains to be seen whether our housing programs will do what they are supposed to do and whether they are adequate to support the city's obligation to affirmatively further fair housing in our community. It also remains to be seen whether the new affordable housing additive zone will actually facilitate or impede the production of affordable housing. But we have the makings of a blueprint that may improve our housing situation. I also appreciate the city's commitment to ensure that this housing element is a living document that may be subject to change as necessary during the planning period. We cannot afford to have this document sitting on the shelf collecting dust. I thank the City Council, Ms. Mallory, Mr. Rosell, and the city for taking this process seriously and with a desire to get it right. As a housing advocate, I really appreciate that. Thank you and good evening.
Thank you, Barbara. Thank you so much. If there's no other speakers, we can have staff respond to the questions or have council begin discussion in this matter. And for 3 minutes to allow any additional, to be discussing this matter. And we have an additional 3 minutes to allow any speakers that might want to register to be recognized before we close this public hearing. So we'll start off with the 3 minutes. And then I know Vito, and then I'd like to have Kathleen respond to to Barbara. But Vito, do you have?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to share some introductory comments regarding tonight's housing element, if I could, with all of you here on the council. So thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council. Tonight is an important night. Tonight is the culmination of an important and collaborative 2-year process that has included 4 public and community meetings, workshops, and outreach efforts. I'm also pleased to share that Spanish translation services and materials were provided to our residents during this outreach effort. In addition, since July of last year, staff has met with the Planning Commission 3 times and been before Council Committee 4 times and the full City Council on 2 times on items related to the housing element before you tonight. The documents before you represent local approaches to issues and resolution in collaboration with our local housing advocacy groups. The city's housing element is tailored to help address our community's housing needs and enhance affordable housing opportunities for our residents. We appreciate very much all of the stakeholders who have been involved in the engagement process, including our local affordable housing advocates who gave us very good input that was considered. With council support, this housing element will represent the beginning of an 8-year window where considerable work to advance housing programs and policies will take place, and also represent the ongoing collaboration between the community development and housing departments of the city of Oxnard. And most importantly, that ongoing work with our community stakeholders. In closing, with the City Council's approval of the final housing element and related ordinances tonight, staff will be on schedule to submit our housing element to the State Department of Housing and Community Development by the required October 15th due date. A number of our project team members are here tonight, and I would like to introduce them to you. Ms. Kathleen Mallory is our project lead and city's planning and sustainability manager. Ms. Heather Davis, our assistant project manager with Rincon Consultants. Ms. Amy Sinsheimer, housing element consultant with Placeworks Consultants. Mr. Emilio Ramirez, who is our housing director. And Mr. John Mugridge with Fair and Peers, a consultant in support of the city's housing element work efforts. This concludes my introduction of this item to the City Council, and staff is available for any questions you may have.
And Vito, I want to thank all the staff for the excellent work. I mean, 8 years is a long, long time, and it's really a great, as Barbara mentioned, it is probably one of the best elements she's seen. Mallory, Kathleen, you want to? I know that Barbara mentioned she wanted some information regarding the potential changing of 16-42D. What can you share some information on that before we go to Councilman Perello and Tehran?
Sure, Mayor, council members.
Excuse me, Mayor. Excuse me,
Yes,
Mayor.
sir.
I know I'm butting in and I apologize, but we're approaching the 10 o'clock hour. If we don't do something before 10, we might have an issue. That's what I want to bring your attention.
Thank you. We have an alarm set for that. Thank you so much for the reminder. We know that. Thank you. Go ahead, Kathleen.
Thank you, Mayor, council members. A few public speakers this evening raised a few issues, and I thank Mr. Adamatis for his introductory comments. I'm going to address the question regarding the parcel and the property owner and the property owner's representative, and then I'll have Mr. Rozelle respond to the question regarding the affordable housing discretionary and the request for that to be permitted through an as DDR, a development design review permit versus an SUP. So those were the balance of the comments. We appreciate all the engagement from the folks that all called in this evening. The history on the property that was mentioned, 1227 and 1239 South C Street, the city updated its general plan around 2011, 13, around that time frame. We implemented the 2030 general plan. We then proceeded to make the zoning on parcels comply with the general plan. That action occurred around 2019. There was extensive public outreach, flyers, mailers, individual mailings to property owners. And this is one property where, to ensure that the zoning was consistent with the general plan, the zoning was changed from R3 to R2 AHOP, affordable housing, the AHOP program, as council is very aware of. So that's the history on the property. To ensure the compliance with the general plan, land use designation, state law requires that they be consistent. The property owner was notified. Additionally, we have received a development project on this project site, the one that the caller spoke about. We have a current active development project on it for 9 moderate income apartment units. We've used the site and those 9 units to help fulfill our moderate income housing requirement. They have proposed 9. In our quick back of the envelope calculation, they could secure 12 units on the property, which would have them be which would require them to comply with our inclusionary housing ordinance and provide one of those units as affordable. The project on this particular project site is scheduled for a director hearing on October 13th. I think that's all that I have to offer or would like to say for now on that parcel. Mr. Roselle, would you like to speak to the question raised by Ms. Macri Ortiz?
Yes, absolutely. Thank you.
Hold on, before we continue, excuse me, we have now reached the 10 o'clock city ordinance to end city council meeting. So in order to continue, we need a motion to continue. We have this item and 2 other hearings to continue. So we have a motion to continue.
So moved.
I'll second.
Okay, it's a first by Councilor Perales, second by Tehran. Roll call to continue. Madam Clerk.
Council Madrigal,
Aye.
Councilmember Lopez,
Yes.
Councilmember Tehran,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McDonald,
Aye.
Councilmember Basua,
Aye.
Councilmember Perello,
Yes.
Mayor Zaragoza.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, we're
Motion
going to
passes
continue.
7-0.
Thank you. We'll go ahead and continue. Go ahead, Ken.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. First, we want to thank Barbara Macri-Ortiz for all of her comments and input on this process. She's been very instrumental in assisting. As to the specific request that she made, this is something the council could do. There's, of course, the option of the DDR process or the SUP. Staff does recommend that the SUP process be maintained. A number of the new AHP zone sites are located in our industrial zone. And especially when you're placing industrial uses, residential uses next to industrial, it's important that there's the ability of the planning commission or city council to properly impose conditions to protect those residential uses. In addition, as far as the processing, DDR is done at an administrative level and the SUP would go before the planning commission. So the big difference would be that the SUP hearings are televised while the DDR hearings would not be. So it's a close call. I think either approach would work, but staff does recommend the SUP process. So happy to answer any questions you may have on that.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the explanation. Okay, so now we're going to go over to Councilman Perello. You're okay then? You had to.
Yes. Go
Okay
ahead.
then.
Okay, I have a specific question about what the Assistant City Attorney addressed. if we are going to put if potentially we could put residential next to industrial, we are concerned about the impact that the residents would have moving into an industrial area. How about the other side? If there is a residential area going into an industrial, which there have been complaints in past years that certain things have come in, including churches, into industrial areas, and that there's not a cohesiveness where everything meshes. How do we address that? And is our main concern simply the residential? Because there was a limited amount of industrial area zoned in the city of Oxnard, and we've given some up for uses other than industrial. And I recall one being told recently about some kind of book called Apartheid in America, having to do with zoning and how zoning process works to split up communities. The original caller with his R3, R2 question, it sounds like something's aligned with this. If we're going to put something, if I have an industrial plant and all of a sudden the building next to me is going to be, or the property next to me is going to be residential, I may not be able to operate my industrial process the way it was to accommodate the wish to have industrial next to me. How do we weigh that? And whose interest do we take? The residents, or do we take the business owner who's there first?
I'll be happy to start with the discussion, and then Ms. Mallory, if you could jump in as well. I think the important thing to remember is industrial zoning includes the kind of heavy industrial that you're talking about. It also includes the BRP zone, or the business park. So we would not recommend that you put housing next to a M1 or M2 facility. We're talking the ability to have residential in the business park designation, which is not next to the heavy industrial uses. But under any circumstances, for the broader general plan designation of industrial, we would recommend that an SUP process be allowed, so we can weigh to ensure that the residential uses would be appropriately cited with appropriate mitigation measures to protect them from any of the industrial use, and also too that it's compatible with both, that we would not be negatively impacting jobs that are being generated in those particular industrial uses.
Thank you very much on that. I appreciate that, Mr. Rosell, and on that, I support the SUP part of this thing. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to close the public hearing and we'll continue. Councilman Turan, followed by Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, thank you very much, Mayor. It sounds like my question regarding Mr. Sandhu's question was essentially addressed already, so thank you for that, Ms. Mallory. Regarding Ms. Macri Ortiz and what her request was, thank you, Mr. Rosell, for the on that. If we can take just 2 steps back on this very quickly for the benefit of the public, would you mind just briefly explaining, either yourself or Ms. Mallory, the difference between special use permit and SUP and a DDR, and what something going before the Planning Commission versus an administrative function is, so we know kind of what we're talking about here. And then I have a follow-up question to that.
Kathleen, would you?
Yeah, I'm happy to jump in. Ken, I just was seeing if you wanted to add anything. But I'll go ahead and start, and then you can add in as needed. Thank you, Member Council. Thank you, Councilmember Turan and Mayor. Essentially the only difference between the DDR and the special use permit is that it's a public hearing before the Planning Commission. So the applicant is responsible for paying for the ad in the local newspaper and posting of the site. Additionally, the meeting is televised. So the principal difference is just the televised action where the members can call in on that activity.
Okay, thank you. Is there a difference in noticing between those 2 functions as well?
I believe that on our DDRs, we're posting the sites. Scott, if you're able to reply, I believe we post the sites for DDRs. So that's the same. Sorry to slam it on you there. Thank you. I believe that's, yeah, go ahead. Are you muted?
Yeah, he has to unmute.
Okay, we're having,
Okay. Okay, something does not work.
well, we can go back to that. Typically the DDR sites are typically posted. I would like to also see what Scott would like to reply with, but it's appropriate with the issue for sure is that the site, that the property, there's no public hearing that's televised with a DDR. It's a director action.
Okay, thank
The
you.
note, Ken is, I'm sorry, and Scott is confirming the notification is the same between a DDR and an SUP, just the televised issue.
Great, thank you. And just one last follow-up on that is there any difference in the amount of time that it takes to do one versus the other, like the time window or the timeline involved in it? Does one have an extensive timeline versus one is more truncated because it's administrative? Are there any differences between the two in that respect?
Good question. There is a little bit more time with a special use permit because we have lead times for posting the ad in the paper and then getting it on the calendar for planning commission. The difference, I would say 3 weeks to a month or so as a difference in time. I also wanted to raise our site plan review ordinance before you has measures in it for the protection of uses. So meaning compatibility, we have performance standards and we have development standards in that ordinance to ensure that we have appropriate compatibility.
Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate you all being willing to answer that question. Again, that was just so the public has a sense for what we're discussing here and what Ms. Macri Ortiz had brought up as a valid question and recommendation. And I just want to close by congratulating and thanking Mr. Adamitis and Ms. Mallory and all of the team who was involved in this. It's great to hear a member of the public who was thoroughly involved in this give all of you the recognition you deserve. And I also wanted to join her in that. Thank you for all the work you've put into this. I know it's been a lot. And so my much biggest appreciation to you for that. And thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember. Mayor Pro Tem McDonald, followed by Councilmember Madrigal.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to make sure I'm understanding this correctly. Currently, if it goes through an AHD designation or an AHP, it would go through an SUP hearing in front of Planning Commission, correct?
Councilmember,
yes.
Councilmember McDonald, if it's an AH permitted AHP, that is a site plan review process. And it's essentially a new process and there's limited hearing, there's limited engagement with the community. It's basically a ministerial action for the AH permitted sites. The AHD is our brand new housing sites where there are essentially 4 throughout the city, and they would have the discretionary option on them. And we have provided the findings also are met. I hope that answers your question.
Well, I'll be the first one to tell you land use is not my strong suit. So, and all these initials can be confusing, but I guess the bottom line is if we go with the DDR process, that simply takes out of the SUP process and makes it a little quicker with an administrative approval instead of a planning commission approval, correct?
Correct.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, good points. Councilman Madrigal.
Thank you very much. I know this has been a long process. It's gone to committee a couple of times. I know that, I wasn't necessarily always the biggest supporter of the whole process, but I know this is the finish line and hopefully everything goes through, everything goes well. My one question, issue and concern, I guess, is I know that the state sent a letter on July 13th speaking about the draft housing element and many of the deficiencies that the state saw. And my one question is, have all those issues been, according to staff, met to the best of the abilities? Because the last thing I would want is for this to come back and we're in a tough spot. because of it.
Mayor, council members, the letter we received in July from the state was a very typical letter. If you look across Ventura County and all of the Southern California region, most cities are getting letters just like this because a few things. Housing elements are much more complex. Two, the state's guidance for addressing affirmatively furthering fair housing, for example, their guidance came out in May when many cities were submitting the document. The answer to your question is we believe to the best of our ability and in collaboration and many calls with HCD that this document addresses all of their concerns. We believe we've added programs to respond to their concerns. We believe we've crossed our T's, dotted our I's, and clarified on our parcels why and how we identified inventory. The next step is for the document to be submitted and for the state to give a conditional compliance letter. It is possible that they come back and they say, we like it, we're going to conditionally approve your housing element, and we want you to do these little things, these three little things. We cannot fully read the tea leaves, but we've done a darn good job of addressing every one of their items and their concerns. And I can also tell you that in prior housing element cycles, they have given a conditional compliance with a comment or two that it looks good and just do the following things. We will of course keep the council updated in terms of what comes back from the state in terms of any need for revisions, if there is at all. At this point, we're hoping none.
Thank you, Valerie. City Manager.
Okay, excuse me. I have one
I'm
more.
sorry. Go ahead.
And then just lastly, because of the letter itself and Ms. Macri Ortiz's issues and concerns, quite frankly, I think I could go either way, and I'm fine with either way. But what is really moving me to go towards Ms. Macri Ortiz's direction simply is the last section of that letter, the one about public participation. And I think the letter went over a couple of things, but pretty much not only that meetings were being held and posted, but additionally how comments were considered and incorporated into the element. So, you know, quite frankly, if I could go either way on it, but just I think personally just to make sure everything is, you know, by the book, and, you know, I don't want to get dinged at the end. I would probably go in Ms. Macri Ortiz's direction.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, thank you so much for your comments. Do you want a response on that or City Manager?
No, I just want to make sure Councilmember Madrigal first gets his questions answered.
Councilmember Perrella before the City Manager. Go ahead.
Go back.
I
have. Oh, I'm sorry. Were you done, Councilmember?
Yes, I'm done. And I don't need
sorry.
mine answered. I was just giving my own personal opinion or piece
Thank you.
for the last part.
My apologies for, okay. Councilmember Perrella before City Manager.
Yes, I just want to share with the council, I've never served on the planning commission. I've attended many planning commission and watched planning commission meetings through the years before even being on the council. And the concept of a planning commission, oftentimes there are items at meetings and there's no one in attendance. But the concept, and as I take my understanding of what the assistant city attorney told us, the SUP process would have a public hearing. And there was mention, I believe, by Ms. Mallory, televised. With what transpired earlier with respect to council members saying they didn't know words such as blindsided and other things, I think the more that we go where this is transparent, and that has been an overused, abused word in this city for decades, needs to be in the forefront here. The ability to have a development director have a hearing outside of the public view and things being made lead me to wonder about the very first individual that spoke. My understanding is, apparently he was notified. But the difference from what his comments were, going from 24 units on R3 now down to 9, which could be 12, that affects a pocketbook. Zoning is money. Zoning is the value placed on a property for whatever reason by an entity. And if there's the ability to change things or approve conditions in areas, I am in favor emphatically that this be done in the public. Give the opportunity for people to speak. Give the opportunity for it to be televised. Give the opportunity for people to watch and see how it works, so that we don't have people come and understand that there was promises made to put a park by a city manager to a private individual. And on that specific point, no council member can make a promise that something can be done. No planning commissioner, no commissioner on any other board. It goes to a vote of the elected body, unless there is a condition where a development director has the ability to do it himself. Now, there have been changes made in the city, and I support the changes, but on the opportunity to change one more thing, and in my view, take it out of the realm of the public being able to watch, that's a mistake. I cannot support if it's going to be taken out of the public's view. I can't support that. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Mr. City Manager.
Thank you. I just want to make a few comments to help put this policy decision tonight into a broader context for those who are tuning in or perhaps watching later. But I want to start by addressing this point that's just recently been discussed. I actually understand Ms. Macro-Ortiz's position and what she's advocating for. And under normal circumstances, I would support it. I mean, so I don't disagree with it. And again, under normal circumstances, I would support it. I think what staff's doing here is in recommending to the council that we hang on to the more formal process is because given all the pressures from Sacramento to accelerate the construction of housing across the state, local control is being eroded more and more. And now there's a larger context there, which has to do with, on average, all California communities over the decades failing to produce sufficient housing to meet the needs of the California's population. And now Oxnard, from what I understand, has actually been quite good at that. But many, many cities across the state have not. So we end up in this housing crisis, which also has impact on the homeless crisis. But we end up currently today with the housing crisis that the state has made decisions, as we've all seen, to force larger numbers, accelerated numbers on all cities. And there's a lot of consternation about that across the state. Now, we also are in a context where we have the SOAR initiative in this community, across this community, not only in Oxnard. And whether you agreed with that or not, in essence, we are landlocked for several decades to come. So we face this dilemma of the state saying we have to build so many more units. We have very little land to utilize. So arena update is normally a complex and complicated and frustrating process. And this particular cycle is even more so because the state has forced more numbers on local communities. However, the state has basically tried to assure that this would happen by taking away a lot of local control. So one recent example we've dealt with is the ADU law from the state that allows anyone to build this accessory dwelling unit in their backyard, and local cities can't say no. Now, on the state side, to make this even more frustrating, is they've taken away all the tools that we used to have to advance housing, and especially affordable housing. they've set out these mandates for local jurisdictions without providing any positive resources to do so. So it's a very difficult situation that we're all in. So I just wanted to put that context to remind the public of that, of that broader context. This is an extremely difficult housing RHNA cycle for all California communities. It's unfortunate that the state has a one-size-fits-all program that it's imposing when a city like Oxnard has actually done quite well in terms of producing housing, especially affordable housing. And yet the state provides no actual resources to help us do this. So you heard in my part of my COVID update earlier tonight, a second round of all the shortages in the economy, and that includes still the escalating price and shortage of lumber and concrete and cement and all that. So I do not believe that most cities can comply with these RHNA numbers in the coming years. And I also believe that the way the economy is going is also going to make it in addition to policy and zoning difficulties, it's also going to be difficult in terms of materials and supplies and labor and all that. So I think it's going to be a challenge. So we'll see what the governor does in a few years when it's going to be evident that many cities simply can't keep the pace that they've set. Thank you.
Yeah, Mr. City Manager, I just want to share that this is really the dialogue, and this has been fantastic, starting with the first J1, now J2. But I just want to say that this 2021-29 housing element has been a monumental task. I mean, it's just a gigantic task. So I just really want to thank our city manager, our housing staff, and our attorneys for all the extra work that they have done on this task, on this housing element. And I think Barbara Mankiarty says it well. So I'm going to read this first paragraph that she says this is to the mayor and the council members. He says, I've been involved in the housing element process in Oxnard for all housing elements since 1990. And I honestly have to say that this process this year was the best I've experienced. And I wish to thank Kathleen Mallory and her team for engaging in affordable housing community and listening to what we have to say. I mean, that encompasses everybody. So I just, she says it so well. I just want to commend, staff. I mean, this is just monumental, and I'm sure nothing's perfect, but I'm sure that I think the city manager said that this is probably one of the best housing elements that any city is going to produce. The other thing that I wanted to share that our city attorney also mentioned that one of her recommendations that we change, that staff change recommendation on section 16-42D, and staff recommends no change on this item because it can be either or, but we believe that I believe that staff's recommendation is a good recommendation. I really, really commend Barbara Mankiarty for all her good work she's done for many, many years. So our next item here on my agenda here is that I'd like to entertain a motion to approve this action item. Council members. I'll make a motion to approve this item.
Second.
Second by Lopez. Councilman Lopez. Roll call.
Mayor Pro Tem McDonald,
I have a question for discussion.
Go ahead.
Yes, is this approving doing away with the CUP process and televising or not?
No, just no, I didn't.
Mr. City Attorney, is that accurate?
I believe the motion was for the staff's recommended actions on the agenda item as read at the beginning of the public hearing.
Exactly right.
Yes, but I want to know one specific question before I vote. Is this going to remove the ability for these to be televised and the SUP permit? There had been recommendations and comments about expediting, moving along. And I stated my questions clearly. So earlier in the discussion, I want a yes or a no on that question at the table right now.
Short
Please.
answer is no, it will not.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. So we have the motion by Mayor Zaragoza, second by Councilmember Lopez. Roll call.
Mayor Pro Tem McDonald,
Aye.
Councilmember Perrello,
Yes.
Councilmember Lopez,
Yes.
Mayor Zaragoza,
Yes.
Councilmember Madrigal,
Aye.
Councilmember Tehran,
Yes.
Councilmember Basua.
Aye.
Thank you. Motion carries 7-0.
Thank you. Our next item is the City of Oxnard Community Facility District Number 9, North Shore at Mandalay Bay. The proposed order of proceeding for this public hearing is for October 5th, 2021. The mayor makes the following remarks. This is the time and place for the public hearing for the proposed formation of the City of Oxnard Community Facility District Number 9, North Shore at Mandalay Bay. The proposed rate and method of the apportionment of the special tax to be levied on certain property within CFD number 9, the proposed debt issue, and all other matters discussed in the resolution of the intention adopted September 7, 2021. The public hearing is hereby officially open. At this time, we will first have a presentation by staff on the CFD number 9. After all that, we will receive comments and questions and any oral protest from any interested persons when all comments have been received from the public hearing when it's closed. City Clerk, the notice of public hearing has been published in accordance with City Clerk, I'm reading your part of it. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. Notice of the public hearing has been published in accordance with the Mello-Roos Community Facilities Act of 1982, and proof of such publication is on file in the city clerk's office.
Thank you. Then item number 3, we have a staff presentation with a measure and video. I'm just following the script that staff present. We have a staff presentation in this item. And that would be either Steve or a presentation on this item.
Mayor Zaragoza, that was recorded and presented per Measure M.
Okay, thank you. So we have 5 speakers on this item. And let me see. Okay. Madam Clerk. Is that correct?
Mayor, I'm sorry, at this time, we don't have any speakers available.
No speakers in this item. Okay. Okay, so now we have the 3-minute pause if we have any other members of the public that might want to speak at this time. Or if any council members have any questions at this time, right now would be a good time to do so. So we get a couple of, okay, Mayor Pro Tem Perrello, Councilman Perrello.
Just a comment. I would like to thank the members of the public that chimed in on this as it was working its way through the process, bringing to the attention of the city some of the concerns, and a tremendous shout out to Assistant City Attorney Roselle and the staff in the Attorney's Office, Public Works, everyone involved in making it a better project and more understandable, more equitable. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councilman Tehran.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to echo what Councilmember Perrello just said. I especially want to thank the members of the public who were engaged in this process and brought items forward that Mr. Roselle and our staff looked at and were able to make changes with and work with the folks on the other side of this agreement on making this something that's reflective of what the community wants in that area and how it can best serve the community through this community facilities district. So if approved, just know that there were residents of the city of Oxnard who were highly engaged in this process, brought items forward, made important points, and those items were adjusted per the request, with working hand in hand in collaboration with city staff. So thank you to everybody involved, city staff and residents.
Mr. Mayor, as we're waiting for the potential public speaker, I'd like to take this opportunity to just.
Mr. City Manager. Mhm.
Yeah, just to piggyback on what our council members just said, I want to highlight that this was a great example of why having the sunshine ordinance is such a valuable thing here. This, prior to the sunshine ordinance, this staff report would not have hit until the Friday before that Tuesday meeting. And that Tuesday meeting came right after a holiday. I think it was Labor Day, if I'm correct. And there would not have been time for the public to review the information, have time to talk to each other and talk to staff as well as some of you. So this wouldn't have been as smoothly without the sunshine ordinance. I'd just like to take the opportunity to point that out. Thank you.
Okay. No other comments before, we don't have any speakers at this time. So have we met the 3 minutes? 2 seconds, 1 second. Okay, so our next item is that we have here is that before we close the hearing, is there any property owner subject to the proposed special tax that wish to file a written protest? If so, must be filed with the city clerk at this time. For the purpose of a majority protest, only written protests are to be considered. And if not, I'm going to be closing the public hearing. And also my understanding is that we have an amendment to the resolution. Ken Rosal?
Thank you, Mayor. That will be for the ordinance that we'll be considering in a little bit. So if we can go forward with the script, we will go over the minor non-substantive changes to the ordinance.
Okay, let me see. So, okay, item 7.
Of the district.
Okay, then at this time, I'm going to hereby direct the city clerk to tabulate the ballots and announce of the 2/3 of votes cast upon the question. I got to announce number 7, right? Oh, I'm sorry. You have a different numbering. Okay. We have to adopt the okay. I'm going to do I have a motion to adopt the resolution of formation?
Mayor Pro Tem did it, I believe, and I'll second it.
Okay, so do we need a motion for that? I mean, a roll call? Roll call.
Yes, Mayor. Councilmember Lopez,
Yes.
Councilmember Basua,
Yes.
Councilmember Tehran,
Yes.
Mayor Zaragoza,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McDonald,
Yes.
Okay.
Councilmember Perrello,
Yes.
Councilmember Madrigal.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes 7-0.
Thank you. So do I have a motion then to adopt a resolution determining the necessity to incur a bond indebtedness and calling for a special election? Do we need a motion?
So moved, Perrello.
Councilman
Second.
Perrello
Second.
first. Second, Madrigal. Roll call.
Councilmember Madrigal,
Aye.
Councilmember Perrello,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McDonald,
Yes.
Mayor Zaragoza,
Yes.
Councilmember Tehran,
Yes.
Councilmember Basua,
Yes.
Councilmember Lopez.
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0. Thank you.
Thank you. So at this time, I hereby direct the city clerk to tabulate the ballots and announce if 2/3 of the voters cast upon the question of levying a special tax, incurring bonded indebtedness in the maximum principal amount not to exceed $22,500,000 and establishing an appropriation limit for the district are in favor of such propositions. Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Mayor. And I am opening the ballots that we received. Mayor, we received 9 votes in favor of the proposition and no votes against. Proposition passes.
Thank you. Thank you. So do I have a motion to adopt the resolution canvassing the results of the special election?
So moved, Perot.
Perrello first, second, Mayor Pro Tem. Roll call.
May I make a comment, Mayor?
Yes, sir.
For the residents that are watching this, the first time I ever saw this was at River Park with the Rio School District. Ladies and gentlemen that have CFDs and LMDs that are really upset that they're paying these fees, this is how it is done. The property owner gets the vote. You heard it, 9 votes. There could be hundreds of houses in this area. When you buy the property, you're obligating to pick up the fees that these 9 votes addressed and the council has approved. That's how the process worked. It isn't that the city council is trying to sneak one over on people, as some of these advocates that claim the city is doing in other areas of our city. Thank you, Mayor, for letting me make that comment.
And thank you for the clarification. That's really important. Thank you. So do we have a motion to adopt the resolution canvassing the results of the special election?
So
Yes.
moved.
Yes,
Second.
Mayor. We have a first by Councilmember Perrella. We have a second by Mayor Pro Tem McDonald.
Roll call.
Councilmember Basua,
Aye.
Councilmember Madrigal,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem McDonald,
Aye.
Councilmember Tehran,
Yes.
Councilmember Lopez,
Yes.
I'll read it again. Okay.
Councilmember Perrello,
Yes.
Mayor Zaragoza.
Yes,
Thank you. Motion passes 7-0.
thank you. Do I have a motion to conduct the first reading of the ordinance authorizing the levy of the special tax? Need a motion?
Mr. Mayor, before that motion occurs,
Mr.
can I
Jordan.
please read into the record the one addition to the first recital? So,
Yes.
Honorable Mayor and member of the City Council, by email that I sent to you yesterday, I provided the new non-substantive change to the first recital of the ordinance that you're about to consider adopting. So I just wanted to read into the record the language that will be added after the phrase "to finance facilities." So the new language is, comma, including fees relating thereto with an estimated life of 5 years or longer, which the CFD is authorized by law to construct, own, or operate, and that are necessary to meet increased demands placed upon the city as a result of development occurring within the proposed CFT. And then after the phrase "and to finance services," to add the clause "which the CFT is authorized by law to provide." And that concludes the minor changes to the first recital of the proposed ordinance.
Move approval as amended.
Okay, first by
Second.
Mayor Pro Tem and second by Perrello. Roll call.
Councilmember Basua,
Aye.
Councilmember Madrigal,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem McDonald,
Yes.
Councilmember Tehran,
Yes.
Councilmember Lopez,
Yes.
Councilmember Perrello,
Yes.
Mayor Zaragoza.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes 7-0.
Okay, the mayor requests that the city clerk conduct the first reading of the ordinance authorizing the levy of the special taxes by title only and also further reading to be waived.
Here's the title of the ordinance, Mayor. Ordinance of the City Council of the City of Oxnard, California, acting as the legislative body of the City of Oxnard, Community Facilities, District Number 9, North Shore at Mandalay Bay, authorizing the levy of special taxes by title only for the reading waived.
Thank you. So thank you. So Our next item is a public hearing on October 5th, 2021, council item J4. This is a Peninsula Road Street vacation and acceptance of a public access easement. This is a time and place for a public hearing on item J4, community development. The subject is Peninsula Road Street vacation and acceptance of public access easement, planning and zoning PZ permit number 21-660-01, street vacation, a resolution to vacate the southernmost 272 feet of Peninsula Road fronting 3605 Peninsula Road and acceptance of a public access easement to allow for the continuation of vehicular circulation. The recommendation is the city council, number one, conduct a public hearing. Two, find the project exempt from the environmental review pursuant to California Environmental Quality Act, CEQA, guideline section 15061B, 3, and 3, adopt a resolution to vacate the right title and interest in the southernmost 272 feet of the right-of-way fronting 3605 Peninsula Road and accept a public access easement, allow for the continuation of vehicular circulation. We start off with a city clerk certification of publication and any written communication, if any. Madam Clerk.
Mayor, there was a legal notice for this public hearing published in Ventura County Vida newspaper on September 16th and September 23rd, 2021. The city clerk's office has not received any written communications on this item.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So our principal planner, Isidro Figueroa, is in accordance with Measure M, posted a video presentation regarding this item and is available to answer any questions or any brief comments. Clarifying any questions that council members may have before we take any public testimony on this item, the council will deliberate after the public hearing has been closed. Council members, any questions, concerns, and so forth? Okay, if not, and now we're going to open the public testimony portion of the public hearing. Members of the public were invited to sign up to speak on this item on the city website. And a person who did not sign up may do so now by following the instructions posted on the agenda for this meeting and the city's website, at the city website at oxnard.org/city meetings. The speakers have 3 minutes to speak at this item. Madam Clerk, do we have any speakers?
Mayor, we did have 2 public speakers signed up to speak for this public hearing. However, they are not available at this time. They have not dialed in.
Okay, so then we got to wait 3 minutes and see if we have any other speakers that might want to speak on this item. So we'll go into the 3-minute wait, see if we have any speakers. So we've had some really good discussions, 4 public hearings in one evening. That's tremendous. So I just, while we wait, I want to thank the staff and our city council members. So this excellent dialogue on this very, very intricate and very important items, before the city council. So it's just outstanding, the work that we've done. I think we have a really great city council team. Councilmember Teran.
Thank you, Mayor. This is a question for Mayor or possibly the city attorney while we're waiting for 3 minutes to allow any members of the public to engage and participate. Would it be appropriate to ask Mr. Figueroa to just give a brief summary of what we have in front of us without violating Measure M? Just because I see only 23 folks have viewed the video thus far. 7 of them are here tonight. And I just hope for the benefit of the public, we just give a brief explanation of what's in front of us without reenacting what was posted per Measure M.
Okay,
if that's appropriate.
I'm sure that Mr. Figueroa could give us 25 words or less on that, but we have Councilman Perrello.
Yes, if Mr. Figueroa can do that, as long as there's no hot water with Measure M, I agree with Councilman Teran. The only question that I have is, I'd just like to hear someone tell me this will not have any negative impact with the operation of our fire station at the beginning of Peninsula Road. That's the only question that I have.
So Staff Figueroa, can you share with us some additional information, and also is it going to affect the fire station?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, good evening. In terms of a short summary of this project, the city entered into an agreement with the county to proceed with certain projects in the China Islands Harbor. This is one of them, the hotel restaurant project that is scheduled to be under construction soon. 3605 Peninsula Road was approved on the basis of it being consistent with the Coastal Commission certified public works plan. The agreement called for the city to vacate the 272 southernmost portion of Peninsula Road. At the same time, the county will provide the city with a public access easement. Therefore, the public will continue to use the cul-de-sac for vehicular circulation, which again also will be for safety purposes. The fire department will be able to use that as well for any emergency reasons. So far, the fire department has not contacted staff with any concerns regarding the vacation. So it would be safe to assume that there will be no impact.
I just want to remind our city council that we had the agreement between the county and the city and the fishermen on the Channel Islands that we are going to continue working together. And this is really going to help the county and the city. And I'm sure there was an agreement that we are going to work together in the fire department, because it's not only is going to take care of the county unincorporated areas, but also the city. But I think it's the continuation of the agreement between the county and the city, and that we recently agreed upon. So definitely that's a good process. Councilman Perrella.
I'd just like to thank Mr. Figueroa for giving that short comment and the answers of the fire department. Thank you very much, Mr. Figueroa. Thank you.
Thank you for the question.
Thank you so much. So the 3 minutes are up. So our next item here is is there no other speakers? Then staff can respond to city council discussions for 3 minutes. Then if we have no other speakers, I'm going to close the public hearing.
Move the recommended actions.
Recommended by Mayor Pro Tem.
I will second.
Second by Basuam. Roll call.
Yes, Mayor.
Mhm.
Councilmember Perrello,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McDonald,
Aye.
Councilmember Madrigal,
Aye.
Councilmember Basua,
Aye.
Mayor Zaragoza,
Aye.
Councilmember Lopez,
Yes.
Councilmember Turan,
Yes, and thank you again to staff and Mr. Figueroa for all of this. Thank you. Yes.
thank you. Motion passes 7-0.
Thank you so much. And I just want to thank staff, the council members, and the audience, and all the speakers that spoke on this items today. It was a long meeting, but very, very important meetings and very important public hearings. So that's the last item. So we are adjourned. Thank you.
Good night. Thank
Good
you.
night.
Night.
Mhm.
Thank you.